mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
It's time for the excitement of West Virginia high school volleyball featuring the Eastern Panhandle Athletic Conference. Tonight's coverage is brought to you by Dynamark Atlantic Security, Bechtel Jewelers, Brown's Funeral Home, CMA Honda, Kelly Allstate Insurance, L.A. Roberts Jewelers, Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, Milestone Realty, The Marius Group, Ameriprise Financial Advisors, Orsini's Home Store, Palace Lounge, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, Skinner Law Firm, Smallwood and Small Insurance, Sutton and Janelle Law Firm, W. Harley Miller Systems. Now let's send it out to the broadcast booth and join our TV10 broadcast team for tonight's coverage.
Welcome into Spring Mills High School here, as it's just about time for EPAC Volleyball here on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. My name is Dylan Bishop, and we've got a bit of a different broadcast crew here today. Jim Klein is out on a vacation, so joining me, last year's play-by-play commentator for volleyball here on TV10, the sports doctor, Colin McLaughlin. Colin, how's it going here? We're in here to watch Spring Mills host the Martinsburg Bulldogs, our first time seeing the Bulldogs on TV10 this season. How's it going, Colin? Are you ready for this game today?
It's going great. It feels nice to be back on the headsets for some high school volleyball action as we got JV action about 13 and a half minutes away between Spring Mills and Martinsburg, and Varsity will follow. And these two programs really in the same spot of each other, trying to rebuild and get back to a dominating force in the EPAC instead of being behind the two teams who are the best in the state that are also in the EPAC in Musselman, #1, and #2, Hedgesville.
Right. Just to give you a rundown on our production team today, we have Nick Verzolini as our on-site producer, Donald Kinney and Braden Schaffner, our on-site cameraman, and Spencer Dupuy back in the studio. Let's take a little bit of a look here at the home team to start things out. The Spring Mills Cardinals, they come into this game 1-2 on the season. They got their first win against the Washington Patriots on Thursday night. They started off EPAC play in their first two games. They started off by hosting the Musselman-Appleman, the defending state champions, and they were able to take a set off of them before Musselman ended up finishing the job, winning in 4 sets. And then they had to take on the state runner-up, the Hedgesville Eagles, that took the victory in straight sets. So this is, like you said, Colin, this is a more developing team. So they come in. This is going to be a pretty good, litmus test for how this season is going to go out for both of these teams. But I think in particular, Spring Mills, a team that's coming up against the Martinsburg team that has a good record so far this season, and they're looking to see just how improved they can be this year.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this team really grows throughout the beginning of the season, because for Spring Mills, as you mentioned, they've only played in 3 matches, all against EPAC opponents, but since it's so early, it's been 1 a week. And compared to Martinsburg, compared to Hedgesville, compared to Musselman, those teams are playing twice in the weekdays and then going to tournaments to play on the weekends, so they don't really have time off to rest. It's getting in that groove faster, I feel like, because you're always in a match environment compared to Spring Mills, who hasn't been. So we'll have to see how that affects these Cardinals, or if it doesn't affect them as much, and we're in for a pretty big treat tonight.
Right, this is a Martinsburg team that is so far, they've played 9 games so far. We'll get into them more in our next segment, but just 6-1 and 2 records so far this year. But again, we compare that to Spring Mills. It's played 3 games so far. Martinsburg has played 3 times as many games, so they've had a lot more of an opportunity to get into the flow of things, whereas Spring Mills is still kind of getting themselves right and finding their identity for the season. Only 3 games in this season. So I think you're right, Colin. It's going to be a very interesting kind of matchup when Martinsburg has gotten some more reps in early in the year. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at some of what Spring Mills has coming up later on before we get into the JV game in just about over 10 minutes. On Thursday night, the Cardinals will host the Jefferson Cougars, and then on Saturday, we are going to see Spring Mills take on Morgantown in one of those tournaments that you were talking about, Colin. And then our next time that we will see Spring Mills on TV 10 is September 29th against the Washington Patriots. So I think that's what we have for on the Spring Mills side of things, but we're going to go ahead and take a quick 2-minute break, and on the other side of this break, we'll break down the away team, the Martinsburg Bulldogs, our first time that we're seeing them on TV 10 in this 2022 season. You are watching EPAC Volleyball here on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Laura. Hey, Laura. What's with the sunglasses? Ouch!
The word is spreading. Bechtel Jewelers is home to some dangerously brilliant diamonds.
See the difference at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood. Sunglasses not included.
Welcome back to Spring Mills High School here on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. We're getting you set for JV volleyball between Martinsburg and Spring Mills coming up in just a few minutes. Dylan Bishop and Colin McLaughlin here with you as we get set, and we see the Martinsburg Bulldogs on TV 10 for the first time in 2022. This is a team that comes into this game 6-1-2. They have been 2-0 in the region so far, with 3-0 wins over Washington and Jefferson, and they've gotten themselves some out-of-conference wins against St. Maria Goretti, South Carroll, Frederick, Glenelg, and Linganore and Mount Hebron were teams that they were able to get ties against, and they came up with a loss against Sentinel of Ellicott City. So all those teams in Maryland that they've been playing these tournaments against, Colin. So this is the first time that we've seen the Bulldogs on this 2022 season. You saw a lot of them last year, Colin. What can you tell us about what we can expect from the Bulldogs coming into this new season?
I don't know what we can expect because I haven't seen them for this new season, but something that I'm observing right now just watching them as they warm up is Coach Nelson has really gotten this program back to where it was when it comes to numbers after taking over when Coach Wallen left 2 years ago, Dylan. And he has a lot of players on that freshman team, even though we won't see them. It looks like he has a lot of numbers for this JV team as well as varsity team. So with Martinsburg being a growing program as well, trying to get back to, as I mentioned earlier, a pretty dominating force in the EPAC, it starts with getting girls interested in actually wanting to play volleyball. So that's definitely helped, and we'll have to see if it will pay off or if it's still a few more years down the road for Martinsburg and Coach Nelson to get back to where this program was under Coach Wallen.
Right. Like you said, Colin, it's hard to know what to expect from this team, but just going off of last year, now the reason that's kind of hard to know what to expect is they've lost some key players from last year. They lost their leader in kills, Avery Bishop. They lost their leader in digs, Madison Brenniger. Lost their leader in blocks and hitting percentage, Bella Ray, and their ace leader, Sophie Marple. Now, that being said, they have brought back a few key contributors like Skylar Bishop, who was number 2 in hitting percentage, tied for first in blocks, second in aces, and third in kills. So a lot of top-of-the-line stats there for Skylar Bishop, and she has returned for this year, as well as Imani Fennell, who was second in kills last year, first this year for the Bulldogs, third in hitting percentage in 2021. So, like you said, Colin, and you mentioned this on the Sports Mix this afternoon, that these 2 early regional wins for the Bulldogs have come against teams that, at least last year, were towards the bottom of the conference with straight set wins over Washington and Jefferson. So, like you said, Colin, this may be a point of emphasis here against Spring Mills. It's another chance to see where they stack up against perhaps, we've seen Spring Mills a little bit so far, perhaps a team that could be on the next tier in the EPAC.
Yeah, it's always tough since you brought up the fact of the ones that have left the program due to graduation last year, and it was back-to-back years for Martinsburg that, if I remember correctly, it was, I think, 8 or 9 seniors each year on that varsity roster, and that's over half, almost closer to 2/3 of a volleyball roster that you're losing year in and year out. So to have to rely on girls now that, for the most part, because of how heavy of a senior class that you had last year, the year before that were playing JV and are now at a varsity level for what could be their first year, even though they could be seniors, is difficult. So it'll be something that we have to really focus on and see if they're at that level that they're expected to be at or not.
As we watch the JV team for Spring Mills warm up on the court, just over 3 minutes away from JV action, we'll take a look at some of what the Martinsburg Bulldogs have coming up on the schedule. On Thursday, they will be at the Hedgesville Eagles, the state runner-ups from last year. On Saturday, the Bulldogs will be in a tournament playing the likes of teams like Parkersburg and Pendleton County, and their next 2 in-conference games in the EPAC will both be on TV 10. Next Tuesday, we will be at Martinsburg High School to see them take on the Musselman Appleman. And then on the 22nd, that Thursday, we will go to Washington High School to see the Bulldogs take on the Patriots. So, with that being said, we will take another 2-minute break. On the other side of that, we will get you the JV rosters as the JV game gets ready to begin between Martinsburg and Spring Mills. You're watching EPAC Volleyball here on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
You've been in an accident. The choice of a lawyer may be the biggest decision you make for you and your family's future. At Mansion Ferretti, we offer a free consultation and no fees until we win your case. Call us today and protect your future. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
Welcome back to Spring Mills High School here. EPAC Volleyball on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Dylan Bishop and Colin McLaughlin with you on the call. Nick Verzolini is our on-site producer. Braden Schaffner and Donald Kinney on the cameras. And Spencer Dupuis back in the studio as the buzzer sounds. And that's the end of warm-ups for the JV game. And with that, we will get you the JV lineups, starting with the visiting Martinsburg Bulldogs. Number 3, Ashlyn Aird. Number 9, Amber Smolarski. Number 11, Emma Bass. Number 13, Cameron Sine. Number 22, Amelia Brinkley. Number 24, Lily Campbell. Number 26, Savannah Mallett. Number 28, Megan Kelso. Number 36, Aubrey Killian. And number 38, Josefina Pepe is what they call her. Papasalova, I believe. That's the best that we're going to be able to try that one, but according to her coaches and teammates, they all call her Pepe, so we'll go ahead and do that too. So, and then looking at the Spring Mills side of things for the Cardinals, the JV team coached by Anela Dozier. Our apologies for not getting the name of the Martinsburg JV coach ahead of time, but number 1, Addison Grove. Number 4, Addie Salvia. Number 7, Andrea Graham. Number 8, Ava Campbell. Number 9, Angelica Graham. Number 10, Brooke Everhart. Number 11, Riley Ratchford. Number 12, Brianna Beckton. Number 13, Bella Abshire. Number 14, Gabriella Ball. Number 16, Kennedy Eiler. Number 17, Maya Williams. As we see, the teams have now come onto the court, and the starting lineups for both teams are out there and huddled up. Actually, we have the whole team for Martinsburg huddled up on their side as the reserves will go to the bench. And we get ready to start action here. Colin, you ready for some volleyball?
Yes, I am, and it's always interesting to watch the JV team and really got to focus on, do they have the basics down? Can they get their passes connected smoothly? Because most of the time when we see the JV games, the team that ends up being the victors in the end are the ones that make the fewest mistakes. And I expect nothing of the less tonight in this matchup. And it's the first time we get to see Martinsburg as well, as you've already mentioned. And they'll be serving first, so we'll have to see what they can do successfully or not.
All right, that's what our volleyball expert, who's not here tonight, he's on vacation, Jim Klein, says it's all about first contact. So we'll see what happens on first contact as Cameron Sine gets ready for the first serve of the game, as the Bulldogs and the Cardinals are off and running here very shortly. So get ready for a whistle as both teams await the signal from the referee. A look and see across the court some of the starters on the court for both teams. You have number 36, Aubrey Killian, number 11, Emma Bass, 22, Amelia Brinkley, Ashlyn Aird, the libero, Savannah Mallett, and, of course, the server to start us off, Cameron Sine for the Bulldogs. And we'll get you a starting lineup for the Cardinals after this first point as Sine makes the first serve of the game. It'll be a free ball over by Ava Campbell. Hit over by Emma Bass, and it hits the floor. Addison Grove couldn't, they're going to award the point too.
I believe it was a backline kill, so that allowed the point to go to Spring Mills, but I liked that serve initially for Martinsburg from Cameron Sign, getting it to the back line to force a free ball. Unfortunately for the Bulldogs, they were just unable to capitalize.
We'll see who has started out on the court for the Spring Mills Cardinals is Brooke Everhart, Ava Campbell, Andrea Graham, Riley Ratchford, Addison Grove, the libero, and Kennedy Eiler, number 16. So 1 point into the game, we already have a discussion between the officiating.
Yeah, don't like seeing that. Might be in for a long night if that's the case.
We'll hope. And after confirmation, they have indeed, well, they put a second point up on the board now for Spring Mills, even though the scoreboard reads Appleman and Bulldogs. Interesting that the home team scoreboard doesn't have the home team's mascot name up, as Riley Ratchford first serves for the JV team, and it's an ace. Ratchford puts the point up on the board for Spring Mills.
A lot of speed on that serve by Ratchford, going directly towards Savannah Mallett, who seemed like just didn't have enough time to react. Almost looked like it was going to go out, so let's see if they target Mallett again, if she lets it go by her, if this time she'll try to just get a better initial first pass.
Ratchford serving again, and that one's going to go out as the hit by Savannah Mallett, or I should say the attempted hit by Savannah Mallett. She ended up not going for it, and it's a point to the Bulldogs. And now Emma Bass is back to serve. And that one is also out, as that'll make it 4-2 Spring Mills. At least that is what our scoreboard tells us in the gym of Spring Mills.
I don't know. It still has Bulldogs Appleman, Dylan. So
I know it's throwing me off here. Andrea Graham with the serve, and it'll be a violation on the Bulldogs getting moving before
they didn't have their rotation correct, and that's what you don't want to see. It happens a lot in JV, but again, fewest errors. And right now, Martinsburg's had the most.
So now the scoreboard has been changed to 3-3 as a tie, as this one goes out as well. And that's a point to the Bulldogs, 4-3 Martinsburg. And I think they've gotten there. I think they had a less than usual experienced person on the scoreboard, so our apologies for us trying to keep along with the score as it's kept here in the gym. And that third hit's not going to get across for Ava Campbell. That's going to make it 5-3 Martinsburg.
Finally got to see a ball put in play after 3 straight serves that were too high and out, and this one hits the net, Dylan.
Amelia Brinkley puts it in the net. That's going to be another point over to the Cardinals. 5-4.
So are the Cardinals the ones that actually have the Bulldogs, though, and the Bulldogs the one that have the Appleman? Because I just saw a point go up on the Bulldogs side.
I think that is how they're doing it, and that's it's incredible. It's incredibly hard to keep up with. As this one falls to the floor, Spring Mills will get a point. Our scoreboard now reads 5-4. I do think that the Bulldogs listed on the scoreboard is actually Spring Mills' point total. As Savannah Mallett gets the first contact, and it's a free ball across by Ashlyn Aird, over and won by Spring Mills. Forces Martinsburg to hit another free ball. Ratchford's going to serve this one up for Everhart, and it goes and is in. Or excuse me, no,
they
out.
Just ruled it out. It was right on the line. It was close from Everhart, who had that kill the point beforehand. Just this time tried to get it to the back line, and looks like because of the scoreboard issue, we might have a handheld one coming into the gym.
There we go. So now this one can't get over in 3 hits, falls to the ground. It'll be a point over to Martinsburg. As things get sorted out on the scoreboard side of things, we will make sure that we get you the correct score. As a free ball goes across by Spring Mills, over and 1, hit once again. Ashlyn Aird tries to put it across, blocked at the net. It'll be another reset for Martinsburg. A free ball across that goes out. Addison Grove lets it go. And the point goes to the Cardinals.
Cardinals that time around made sure it was out by following it all the way to the line. That's something that Jim always talks about, is make sure your foot's on that line so you know 100% it's going to be out.
And that's an ace for Brooke Everhart.
Looks like some miscommunication between Aird and Killian there.
It's another one for Spring Mills. 9-4. As Brooke Everhart, who we'll see in varsity action, I believe as well, serves for Spring Mills. That one's an overhit. Aird digs it out. There'll be a free ball by Cameron Sign. Ratchford's going to set for Maya Williams. That one's kicked close, tight to the net. And it's out on the, he attempted a finesse hit. 10-4 Spring Mills. So we'll get another serve from Brooke Everhart. This one's close. First contact goes into the bench of Martinsburg, so that's going to be an ace for Everhart.
I think Martinsburg might call a timeout as they are currently letting this one slip away in the first set.
They may want to. So scoreboard now says 12-4. Spring Mills. Everhart serving again, goes off to the right, and they'll say it's out. The service error goes to the Bulldogs.
Bass went all the way to the line to make sure that that one was fully out. Her foot was right there. She actually almost hit it with how close her foot was to that line.
And Aird can't get this one above the net. It goes under, bounces to the Spring Mills side. That makes it 13-5.
Got to take your time. She tried to go quickly there, and it looked like it messed herself up more than her opponent.
Here we go. Kennedy Eiler on the serve for the Cardinals. The free ball over by Bass. Ratchford will set it up for Maya Williams, and she puts it in the net. So an unforced error for Spring Mills will draw Martinsburg a point closer. Make it 12 to... Well, it's going to say 12-7. But our scoreboard has put another point for the Bulldogs when the Bulldogs was the Spring Mill side of things.
And it still says Appleman.
Yeah. And there's a service error that goes out. That's Savannah Mallett. Can't keep it quite in play. 13-7. Addison Grove, the libero. First contact and some miscommunication between Smolarski and Sign, and they can't figure out who was going to take it. That gives another point to Spring Mills, 14-6.
Even though it was just 7. Still trying to get it correct on the scoreboard here at the Cardinal Coliseum as that one hits the net to give the point to Martinsburg.
Yes, there's been so many changes up on that scoreboard with who's been getting credit for what points that it's been a little hard to keep up with. The handheld scoreboard they've given has, our back is to it, so we can't see what they put up on the board there. Ratchford's going to set this one to Andrea Graham. Bass is going to hit this one, a free ball, and it's going to go out past the back white line. Another point for Spring Mills.
You can see Bass talking with the coach on the bench right now, explaining what she did wrong. She knows what she did wrong, but at the same time, got to take a timeout here. Down big in this first set, and the best 2 out of 3 to really get your team to calm down.
Set from Sign. Soft touch. That was Amelia Brinkley. The dig from Grove. Ratchford will set it up. It's free-balled over by Ava Campbell. And now it's a battle back and forth. Both teams rallying. A free ball again. Brooke Everhart. Sign sets. Brinkley gets it. Ratchford sets up for Campbell. This is a rally on both sides. No one can get this point. Good dig by Ratchford. Campbell will put it in the net. So a point to Martinsburg.
You could tell Campbell's timing was off because that was her third kill attempt of that volley, and the first two looked kind of off. Yes, she got them over, but they were more finesse rather than trying to get some power. And that time it was finessed as well, but she was farther back.
Well, it was 14-8 before that service error, so that'll be a point over to Spring Mills, 15-8. Andrea Graham now serving.
Martinsburg's just still unable to get a rally going. Once they get a point, they give it right back.
That's a touch goes backwards. It'll take a free ball. Brinkley. Miss Ava Campbell will get it right back. Both teams, a lot of free balls so far. And Grove will get it again. Ratchford and Campbell. Now the Bulldogs, what can they set up? Brinkley taps it over. And a hit on the second one over the head. That's another one. Goes over from Ashlyn Aird. Everhart goes for the kill, and she gets it.
Martinsburg had 3 chances from free balls that they were unable to capitalize on. They finally gave one to Spring Mills, and right off the bat, they capitalized.
We got a timeout here on the floor that we will take a 30-second timeout for. And on this other side of this 30-second break, we'll be back for the first set of JV action between Spring Mills and Martinsburg. We'll be back in 30 seconds. EPAC Volleyball here on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Welcome back to the Cardinal Coliseum here at Spring Mills High School. First set of JV action between Spring Mills and Martinsburg, as we've gotten our scoreboard is on the way to getting fixed here. A free ball by the Bulldogs. Brooke Everhart will try to hit it as we get our score correct. 16-9 Spring Mills, and that's an attempt at a roof from Ava Campbell goes into the net, makes it 16-10.
Campbell was just a step too far back to get that successful roof. Let's see, though, if Martinsburg can finally get a rally going to come back.
So Brinkley tries to get the serve there, and it puts it into the net. And once again, a 7-point lead for the Cardinals, 17-10.
And that's been the theme, unfortunately, for Martinsburg. They get a point. They give one right back on an error.
Ava Campbell serves for Spring Mills. And miscommunication after the first touch. Yeah, couldn't decide who was going to take that one. 18-10. The Cardinals now lead.
I don't know who would have called Mallet off of it because she was the only one close to the ball.
She was. And Mallet will get the first contact this time. Sign sets it up. We see Eiler puts it over. Aired, two-handed hit over the top. Ratchford sets up for Everhart. Dug out by Sign. Lily Campbell. And it ends up a point for Spring Mills.
Campbell just lost her balance. I think it had too much hang time is what she estimated. So she started her swing and realized it wasn't there yet.
Campbell serving again. Sign will set up for Aubrey Killian. Ratchford, Maya Williams goes over the net in the middle. Ashlyn Aird, that's an overhit. Can Martinsburg take advantage? They do. Lily Campbell, a one-handed slap across, gets the kill. Makes it 19-11. We'll see if Martinsburg can mount a big first set comeback here. As Killian served there for the Bulldogs. Maya Williams just swing and a miss. Makes it 19-12. Couldn't quite get what she wanted on there.
I know because the scoreboard was having a lot of errors earlier, but I think that's the first time Martinsburg's had back-to-back points.
It might be. Addison Grove, the first contact can't be handled. It's an ace for the Bulldogs. That's 3 in a row.
I think if they get one more, Spring Mill should call a timeout, try to break up the rhythm that the Bulldogs have going.
Lead's gone down from 9-6 now. Andrea Graham. Ratchford to Everhart. The dig goes high up in the air. Over and 2. Everhart tries to take advantage. But the Bulldogs settle it back in. Sign over. Ratchford. Everhart. Enough time for the Bulldogs to recover. A free ball over. Another set. Backline hit. Addison Grove. Aubrey Killian. Oh, they did not think that was going to go over the net. Neither did I. Ratchford over her head. Can't get it over the net. It's 4 in a row for the Bulldogs.
And I know Martinsburg got the point there, but the 4 times they hit it over, all 4 were in 2.
And it's a timeout by Coach Dozier. And we'll keep it here, Colin, as we have a 1-minute timeout. So 4 in a row for the Bulldogs. What Spring Mills just seems to have gotten out of a rhythm a little bit. They're making some unforced errors that the Bulldogs are taking advantage of.
And that's what you like to see from Martinsburg, but I'm still baffled, and I know I'm not the coach, Jim was, but I know he'd be saying if he was the one in this seat, 4 times Martinsburg hit it over in 2. You have 3. Use them. Get the passes correct. Get that offense down to what it's supposed to be so that the volley doesn't go as long and you earn the point instead of getting it off an error.
Right there, Colin. So we'll get a serve here. Aubrey Killian. This play starts back up after the timeout. 19-14. It goes into the net. The service error. 20-14.
Timeout worked.
I guess it did. Icing the kicker, the volleyball version.
It sometimes works. That's what I always looked at last year.
Now Brooke Everhart serving for the Cardinals. First contact by Emma Bass. Lily Campbell got it over. Everhart with the second hit. Maya Williams with the third. Mallett and Campbell going close to the back line, but Grove saw it might have been in. Eiler, 2 hands over. And now it's Sign. Ratchford's going to set up for Eiler again. A little wide. Couldn't get the hit she wanted on it. Killian and Sign. Another rally back and forth here by both teams. Brooke Everhart blocked at the net.
I didn't think that ever went over and actually was touched. That's the right call.
That, you're right. I think you're right, Colin. That just went into the net. No
Spring Mills tried to play it off.
It was into the net. No contact from the Bulldogs. No block. Just a hit in the net. And it ends up being 4 touches for Spring Mills. Makes it 20-15. To serve goes another service error for the Bulldogs. 21-15. Spring Mills just 3 points away from set point here in our first set of JV action. So it'll be Kennedy Eiler now for the Cardinals. Mallett, first contact. And he got over the attempt at the kill, but it just goes out. Emma Bass couldn't quite get it inside the line. So that's point number 22 in the set for Spring Mills.
That was close, and I don't think the volunteer line judge was 100% confident in that call.
Very, very close there. Judgment calls. The referees are human. Cameron Sign. So backline hit Addison Grove. Doesn't get the power on it. 22-16.
Why would you pass it all the way back for a kill from somebody that's standing at the 3-point line of the basketball court?
It didn't seem quite necessary. It seemed like they had
the
outside
pass.
hitters there. But it'll be Savannah Mallett. 22-16. And it's let go by Angelica Graham. And she does so rightfully. It goes out. We're only 2 points away from a set victory for Spring Mills. Now Addison Grove, the libero. Big hit, too big. It goes out. The Bulldogs get their 17th point of the set on a service error. 23-17. First set of JV action here from the Cardinal Coliseum.
Sign just needs to take her time, make sure she has it spotted perfectly.
And she pretty much does. Tight at the net is Ratchford for the set. Blocked. And that might have been another one that didn't get blocked.
Yep, it never got over. Never was touched, so that was 4 hits for Spring Mills.
It was tough for Ava Campbell to handle there. 23-18. Cameron Sign trying to get another one for the Bulldogs. Good placement. Tough and a nice tap, but she hits the net. Net violation. And now it's a 4-point game.
Both passes are just going too close to that net, so Ratchford's unable to really get set to make sure that her set is successful.
And this one's no chance for the first contact for Spring Mills. It's a service error. Doesn't quite stay in between the towers of the net there. 24-19, set point for the Cardinals. And it'll be Riley Ratchford, who started out the set as the server. She'll try to finish it off. And that's just miscommunication. Aubrey Killian has it hit the ground. That's 25-19. The Cardinals take the first set over the Bulldogs. In JV action, we will take a 1-minute break. And on the other side of this break, we'll have set number 2 between Spring Mills and Martinsburg. You're watching EPAC Volleyball on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Welcome back to the Cardinal Coliseum here at Spring Mills High School. The first set of JV action here in this EPAC volleyball matchup between Spring Mills and Martinsburg goes to the Cardinals, 25-19. Dylan Bishop and Colin McLaughlin with you on the call. Nick Verzolini's our on-site producer. Donald Kinney, Braden Schaffner on the camera, and Spencer Dupuis back in the studio. So again, 1-0, Spring Mills over Martinsburg, Colin.
Yeah, and it was a sloppy first set on both sides. A lot of mishit serves. Some first passes on the first touch here and there weren't going in the right spots. And I've seen a lot of lack of communication when it came to Martinsburg. I mean, the last point there, you could see Killian trying to call off Brinkley, but Brinkley runs into her, and that allowed Spring Mills to get the win. And we saw that more than just that time happen, so I want to see the communication. If somebody's calling you off, stay back. Allow them and trust your teammate and work from there. See if Martinsburg can take this set and force a third.
You're right, Colin. We did see multiple points there that the Cardinals were able to get off of some miscommunications by the Bulldogs. Not an uncommon thing to see from really any team in a high school volleyball.
But they have the capability. I mean, we saw that they were able to get that rally of 4 straight points, so it's there.
Right. While it's not uncommon, we did really only see it from Martinsburg in that set. I don't believe we had any points that the Bulldogs were able to get just off of sheer miscommunication on the Spring Mills side. As we get a rotation change over on the Spring Mills side as they're checking the lineups. They're making sure that all the players are in their right spot to start the set. You'll be Addison Grove on the floor and Maya Williams coming off on the Spring Mills side. So again, we'll see Riley Ratchford start off as the server for Spring Mills. I mentioned on the first broadcast for Ratchford, the younger sister of 2021 Miss West Virginia Jalen Ratchford, also a Spring Mills graduate, as her first set is just barely going to go out on the outside line, and that first point of set number 2 is going to go to Martinsburg.
Looking to see if they can get a rally going.
So 1-0 Bulldogs. Cameron Sign first on to serve. Ratchford gets first contact, and she'll be the third as well. Over her head. Handled nicely by the Bulldogs.
Free ball for free ball, though.
The set, Everhart, a backhand. It gets the job done. Probably not how you drew it up.
First time for everything. Never seen that before. It almost looked like either a backhand or just a SpongeBob karate chop.
If it works, it works. So it's 1-1.
What would you grade that karate chop, Donald?
The karate,
not karate.
The karate master, Donald Kinney, behind the camera. So let's see. Spring Mills, Ava Campbell puts it over. It'll have to be a free ball by Mallet, and that forehand is going to go wide. That was a hard one to hit accurately. And it goes into the Spring Mills bench. 2-1 Cardinals. We'll have Andrea Graham serving for the Cardinals, and well, I think Mallet thought that Brinkley was going to hit that one, and a kind of a last-second thought there that she had to get it, and it was too late. It was already at her shins.
Yep, it went into
3-1.
No man's land.
Graham once again after the ace. This one tight up to the net, over and 2, and it works out. Cameron Sign. The Cardinals did not see that one coming.
Yep, Campbell hit it, but hit it lightly, and everybody was backing away from her, thinking that she was trying to pass to him, but because they were on the back foot, they couldn't get back towards the ball.
So now it's Emma Bass for the Bulldogs, and that's in. That's an ace. Andrea Graham didn't think that was going to stay in on the line, but it did, and that makes it 3-3.
That's why you got to follow it out, Dylan. It's instances like that.
Got to be 100% certain that that thing's out, or you got to try to keep it in play. So Bass, after the ace, will try again, and that's Graham to Ratchford to Grove from the 10 line. Sign with the set to Brinkley, over her head on the free ball. Ratchford, that one's too tight up in the net. It's an overpass, and they build the roof to make it 4-3.
That one really tucked on the line between being in and out, but Martinsburg, after losing the first set, has really improved in set number 2.
They didn't really have any sort of lead in that first set. Now they've come out going blow for blow and getting some of these leads back and forth. Bass serving again for the third time. 2 straight for the Bulldogs. Ava Campbell, that one's tipped for a block, but Amelia Brinkley's block actually goes towards the floor on their side. It's a point for Spring Mills.
Back and forth we go.
Yeah, back and forth. It was 2 points in a row by the Bulldogs, and now 1 for the Cardinals to tie it up again. Ava Campbell into the net, and the Bulldogs get the lead right back. Just couldn't quite get the air on it she wanted. As Lily Campbell comes on for the Bulldogs, it's Amelia Brinkley serving. 5-4. Cardinals lead 1-0. Ratchford has to run over for it. Graham with the free ball. Sign sets for Aird. Not quite the hit Martinsburg wanted to set up there, but Everhart is going to hit this one too far on the Spring Mills side, and that's going to be a point for Martinsburg. So back up to a 2-point lead now for the Bulldogs, 6-4. Brinkley, late hit by Graham, and Maya Williams have to send a free ball. Campbell, soft hit. Ratchford, big high, set up in the air. Eiler, and they'll call the violation on the Bulldogs.
I didn't see who it was, but I believe somebody for that Bulldog side stepped over the mid-court line, and that's what gave the point to Spring Mills.
Spring Mills cuts the lead back in half to 1, 6-5. It's Brooke Everhart serving for the Cardinals. And this is another one. I believe that's two serves in a row in the net for Spring Mills. Makes it 7-5. So we'll go back over to the Bulldogs side for Aubrey Killian to serve. It's a line drive, tips off the net. Everhart can't get there. 8-5.
It's nearly impossible to judge a ball that goes off the net because it really messes with the direction, and already watching Killian serve, it has a lot of knuckle on it as well. Not much spin, so it's already moving in that air.
She just
as
did
soon
it
as
again.
It touches the net, it dies.
She just did it again, almost like it's what she's going for. I mean, maybe it is, but that's some precise accuracy if you are trying to pull it off. It's a timeout for Spring Mills. We'll take a break with them for 30 seconds. The other side of this break, we'll be back with more JV action between Spring Mills and Martinsburg. You're watching EPAC Volleyball on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Back in 30 seconds.
When you're looking for the perfect gift, look no further than L.A. Roberts Jewelers at 146 North Queen Street in downtown Martinsburg. Choose from a huge selection of unique items, from the finest diamonds that make your eyes sparkle to exquisite timepieces, figurines, and collectibles. Buying from L.A. Roberts Jewelers means that you've made the decision to do business with people who've excelled in the industry for more than 100 years. They'll be here tomorrow when you need them, and if you need your jewelry or your watch repaired, they'll do that too. L.A. Roberts in downtown Martinsburg. Old world jewelers for a new age.
Welcome back to the Cardinal Coliseum as play starts. Back from the timeout a little early. Aubrey Killian's going to get another ace. It's 10-5. Martinsburg, after Spring Mills took the first set, the Bulldogs are looking strong here in set number 2.
It's really been a flip of the script.
As that
one hit the line. It was in, yep. But what I was going to say before that, the flip of the script, we saw last set, it was Martinsburg that was unable to string points together, and as soon as they got a point, they were giving it right back to Spring Mills. Now it's Martinsburg stringing the points together, and when Spring Mills finally gets a point, they've just given it right back to the Bulldogs.
Aubrey Killian, it's 11-5. Addison Grove had a tough first contact on it as she sends the third one over as well. Lily Campbell tries to put some heat on it. Now it's Maya Williams for the Cardinals, dug out by Mallet. On the Spring Mills side, Everhart can't get it. Never went over. But the Bulldogs were also right there for the block if need be. So it's 12-5. Big time turnaround from this JV Bulldogs team. Killian will go again, and that's a tough run over for Ratchford.
Great hustle from Ratchford, though.
It was. And Ratchford will be the one to set it up again. Maya Williams, big strong hit, as she always does. And that first contact on the Bulldog side is too strong. It'll be 12-6. Now it's Spring Mills is the one that has to try to mount a comeback after the first set was the opposite. It'll be Kennedy Eiler serving, and that's an ace. No one there, just a perfectly placed serve for Kennedy Eiler.
And that's the second time in this set that we've seen a serve from Spring Mills go directly into that wide open spot in the middle of the lines, as now Martinsburg deciding to have 4 in the back.
So Eiler once again forcing a change up from the Bulldogs formation. This is going to go too wide, too far from Willie Campbell. 12-8 now. 2 in a row for Spring Mills. Actually, I believe 3 in a row, perhaps.
Yep, 3.
So it's Eiler once again. That one's just going to go off the side of her hand the way she didn't want it to go. 13-8.
Yeah, you could tell as soon as it left her hand that it was mishit and spinning towards that far side of the court.
13-8. The Bulldogs lead set number 2 after losing the first one. Ashlyn Aird serves. Ratchford tries to dump it over, and an overpass by Martinsburg, but the Bulldogs recover. Dug out. Maya Williams again over and 2. Aird with 2 hands puts it over. And it's another overpass, but it's handled by Spring Mills. Graham will put the free ball to the Martinsburg side. Mallet, sign. Cardinals keep it going. Maya Williams. It's going to be Lily Campbell, blocked by Williams. Addison Grove will have to free ball it over, just barely does it. Emma Bass blocked, and it lands in for the Spring Mills point. Makes it a 4-point game once again.
What a beautiful volley that was. I know you said it was a block by Maya Williams, but I'm not 100% sure if it actually ever went over, if it just went off the net and back. But nonetheless, Spring Mills has finally found the level of play that it was at in set 1. And right as I say that, Grove hits the net.
A service error can always just be a gut punch when you start getting things going.
Just got to regroup and get it back on your side.
So it's Mallet. It's 14-9 Martinsburg. Ava Campbell with the third hit over. Cameron Sign with 2 hands. Riley Ratchford, Ava Campbell, soft touch. Mallet sets for Brinkley. Ratchford another set up high. Graham hits off the net. Not quite what Martinsburg expected. Back and forth we go once again. Almost a carry there from Grove. And Everhart just sends it too far. Both teams going back and forth there for a while. But the Bulldogs come up with the point, 15-9.
Everhart was just unlucky. She had a great hit on it, had a lot of knuckle to try to get it to drop, just wasn't in time.
So now it's Mallet. Received first by Everhart. That third hit, little soft finesse from Ava Campbell.
Great redemption there by Everhart to immediately get on the court and keep that from being an ace, though.
Absolutely. It makes it 15-10. Well, Ratchford back again for Spring Mills. As the rotation gets back around. Line drive. Hard for Martinsburg. It's going to be a long free ball, and it doesn't make it. 15-11 as the point goes to Spring Mills.
Yep, Aird's first touch was really put Martinsburg in that hole there.
We'll see if the Cardinals get some momentum going with Ratchford serving. There was Aubrey Killian with the first contact. Ratchford digs it out onto her knees. Mallet to Killian. And Campbell, or Brinkley, that one's just going to go into the bleachers. Spring Mills couldn't quite get there. So it's now 17-11. Martinsburg looking to force a third tie-breaking set in this JV game. Sign, and it's an ace. Couldn't be dug out by Angelica Graham.
Yep, she misjudged it, thought it had more air time, and then she had to drop. When she was going to her knee, realized she had to go lower and couldn't.
So there's a timeout for Spring Mills. We'll keep it here. So it's 18-11 Martinsburg. Big time turnaround in the second set after Spring Mills pretty convincingly won set number 1.
It seems like the communication is finally there for Martinsburg. It was a little close about, I think it was 2 points ago between Brinkley as well as Aird, but they were able to figure it out, and what really set them apart was the serves that were coming from Killian so far. That's been the difference. She had 5 straight points. They lead by 6.
So we'll see if the Cardinals can recover Of course, they went on some big runs, mostly to open up the game to start immediately. They pretty quickly got out to a lead in that first set that they were able to carry through to that first set victory. So we're just under 10 seconds left in this timeout. Both teams coming back on the court. We'll see Ratchford, Campbell, Everhart, Graham, and Grove on the Spring Mills side. Sign, Mallet, Aird, Killian, Campbell, and Bass as an ace again for the Bulldogs.
Lack of communication on Spring Mills' side allowed it to go right in between them. I think also they both thought it was out, and it's just errors like that.
Yep. So
frustrate you.
That point makes it 18-11. As the Bulldogs are going to serve again. Campbell is the third touch for the Cardinals. Willie Campbell. Ratchford's going to set it up for Campbell. A dig from Mallet, just too far close up to the net. Amelia Brinkley couldn't handle it, makes it 18-12. We'll see Angelica Graham check out, Kennedy Eiler check in for Spring Mills. Andrea Graham serving now for Spring Mills. Tough first contact there to bring that in, the serve receive. Campbell with the first touch. That one goes over in two, but that one stays in. From my angle, obviously I'm on the far side. I thought I might have been out, but 19-12.
Yeah, it was tough to see. Everhart was kind of blocking my view as well. It must have hit the line after it kind of just started rolling off the net.
All right, so number 11, Emma Bass. On to serve again. That first touch over. And, boy, that's a we reach over.
Ratchford was already on the ground waiting for the roof instead of going up herself to try to meet and put it on Martinsburg's side.
And Amelia Brinkley was the one that took advantage, 20-12. And that's a violation moving by Spring Mills.
It's first one for them, and you can tell they're confused. They didn't think they were out of rotation.
21-12.
And I don't think they've changed either. So Mo's going to explain to them what they did wrong to make sure that it's not twice in a row.
I always appreciate that, a referee, especially at this level of play, kind of, working with the players a little bit and help them learn. Kennedy Eiler, first contact for the Cardinals, and that one is in. Martinsburg looking at it, hoping it was going to go out, but it didn't happen.
But that's the key word that you said there, looking at it. They didn't follow it, Dylan. You got to follow it out to make sure it goes. It's like a puppy. Follow it, make sure it goes outside, otherwise it's going to go inside.
And that serve from Ava Campbell is going to go into the net. I
think Jim will be proud of me for that one.
That's a fun analogy there. Yeah, I think you're doing Jim proud with your analysis here.
I thought you were about to say Jim Justice, our governor.
22-13. I'm sure Jim Justice is proud too. The hit over by Martinsburg is gonna go out. 22-14. So it looks like Brooke Everhart will be back serving once again for the Cardinals. It'll take a whole lot here to make this comeback and end this game in 2 sets for the Cardinals. Everhart serves, sign with the receive. Onto the floor is Mallet for that second touch, and a last-second decision by Everhart. She thought it might go out. Decided last second it wasn't going to. And her touch on it, way too late to do much of anything with it. Makes it 23-14. Now it's Aubrey Killian. Her serve goes wide left. 23-15. As the Cardinals try to avoid set point. Seeing the Spring Mills student section start to fill up a little more. Some of the varsity players for Spring Mills awaiting their game, cheering on the Cardinals. Killian puts it over on the second hit. The dig. Oh, what a recovery by Spring Mills. Maya Williams. Another sort of backhand hit over. Gets the point and the kill.
Let's see if they can get a comeback going or not, though. Down 7. Martinsburg 2 points away. It's going to be tough.
Eiler with a big rainbow serve. Killian sets for Campbell. Graham close to the net. Maya Williams, both hands. Lily Campbell, once again, the hit, just not what she wanted. Into the net, 23-17.
It was great concentration by Maya Williams as you saw her put it 2 hands over the net, but be able to focus to make sure she didn't touch the net at the same time.
Eiler with another serve. Killian for sign, met at the net, but it goes backwards anyway. And that's the third hit, doesn't go over. It'll be set point for Martinsburg.
All of the Cardinals were on that far side of the court. Nobody was able to get back.
24-17. It'll take a 7-point run by Spring Mills to tie this up and make this a win-by-2 situation. And that one goes in the net. That's the first step.
In a weird way, I sometimes like that, because now the pressure's on Spring Mills to have 6 straight perfect serves.
It'll be Addison Grove who has to start it out. Received by Mallet. Overpass. Ratchford will set it up. Ava Campbell, it's tipped off the block, but it falls to the floor.
There's one.
24-19. Timeout Martinsburg. We'll stay here with them for this timeout. It's 24-19. Again, Cardinals, those 2 points in a row that we just talked about. They need 7 to get back to a tie game here. They won the first set. If you are the team's coaches in this situation, Colin, we'll start out with Martinsburg. You need 1 point to stop this comeback and win the set. What are you telling the team?
Focus. You've been solid so far this set. The communication's there. The errors, for the most part, have been gone. Focus and do not slip. You still have a timeout in your back pocket if you think things are slipping to use another one, but right now, you got to see if you got the rhythm gone from Grove.
Addison Grove. Spring Mills just has to take it 1 point at a time. Overpass, they can't really take advantage. But
that's exactly what you don't want.
No, they give the point to Martinsburg.
Did she go under?
I think she went under the net. It was a good left-handed.
Ratchford went under. I don't know if I agree with that.
It was a good left-handed dump by Riley Ratchford, but they'll say that she was in the net for set point for the Bulldogs. That's tough, cutting that off. It makes it 1-1. We'll go to a third set here in JV action, the decisive third set between Spring Mills and Martinsburg. You're watching EPAC Volleyball on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. We'll take a 1-minute break, and we'll be back for the third and deciding set here between Spring Mills and Martinsburg.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Welcome back to the Cardinal Coliseum here at Spring Mills High School as we wait for the third set between Martinsburg and Spring Mills. It was a 25-19 victory by both teams in each set. It was a big lead, started off by Spring Mills in set number 1 that Martinsburg could never recover from, and it was essentially the same thing on the other side for Martinsburg in set number 2. 25-19 in each of the first 2 sets, and we'll go to set number 3, where now this is something we ran into last game, Colin, that the third
I was
set,
going to mention it if you weren't going to.
the
so I'm
third
glad you
set
are.
of JV action, unlike the tiebreaker set of Varsity, apparently goes to 25 points instead of 15 like Varsity.
Yeah, I don't like that rule. I think it should be 15 just to make things quicker. I also think it adds an intensity factor in the sudden death aspect to where
right
it makes each point more, I don't know what the word I'm really looking for is.
There's
impactful, I guess, because you have to get the fewer points.
There's more urgency.
Yeah, I like that.
In every point, where if you fall behind by, say, 3 points, when say you fall behind 11-8, normally you say, oh, there's still 14 points until someone wins the set. But at a 15-point set, you're only 4 away. You're 3 away from set point. So, but for whatever reason, we don't do that in JV action, which is fairly interesting. I guess they decided that the younger players
never try to truly understand the WVSSAC, Dylan. It's a lost cause.
I suppose you could say they're trying to give some more reps to the younger players by giving them 3 full sets. This will be Riley Ratchford, the opening server for Spring Mills. And Brinkley will get this one over, and it can't be handled by Spring Mills. The Bulldogs will open up the set 1-0.
And that ball just, like a tightrope walker, went across that top net before avoiding 2 Spring Mills Cardinals and dropping down.
So it's Cameron Sign opening up as server for the Bulldogs, received by Andrea Graham. Everhart with a free ball. Sign to the back line for Aird. In the net. 1-1.
I know it's always frustrating to return a free ball after your team got a free ball sent over towards your side, but in that case, I think it was necessary.
To Andrea Graham. Puts this one over. It's an overpass that goes outside, wide right. Those Cardinals let it go to get their second point up on the board, 2-1.
I don't know why that wasn't Bass's ball. Got to call her off.
Those communication problems again for the Bulldogs that hampered them in set number 1. As Andrea Graham puts it in the net, 2-2.
Bass on to serve now.
Emma Bass serving for the Bulldogs, trying to get them the lead, and it sails over and out. So Spring Mills up once again.
As you mentioned, the Spring Mills student section trying to get some life behind the JV side in this third set, led by sophomore quarterback for the Cardinals and Max Anderson.
You're right, that is Max Anderson over there.
I can tell by the hair.
Yeah, you can, yeah. First contact by Emma Bass. Brinkley trying to get another one. And it hits the floor. Bulldogs get the point. 3-3. We'll see a substitution. Mallet will come out. Brinkley will come out. Campbell on. And Megan Kelso on for the Bulldogs, who I don't believe we've called the name of yet tonight. Rashford to Williams. Hard hit by Williams as usual. Bass. That one's tight up at the net.
Yep.
And they'll say she went over.
She tried to catch herself, but that right foot, once she initially got it grounded, lost her balance and had to replant it, and it was over the line.
4-3. Megan Kelso, once again, serving for Martinsburg. And just can't get the air on this serve that she wanted. It'll be back to a tie ball game. Kelso a check back out. Amelia Brinkley back in. Well, no, they'll do the old reverse with the libero, and it'll be Mallet that actually ends up on the court. And Brooke Everhart serving once again for Spring Mills. Tied up at the net, and it ends up being to the detriment of Martinsburg. They can't recover from it. 5-4, Spring Mills. Brooke Everhart once again.
You got to remember it's to 25 as well.
Yeah, so plenty of time for this to keep going back and forth. See if any of these teams open up big leads like they did in the first two sets.
Off the net.
Another one that can't go over. So far, first 10 points of this set combined have been back and forth and back and forth. Aubrey Killian was serving there for the Bulldogs. And so, again, some miscommunication from Martinsburg. Because Lily Campbell.
Killian called Campbell off when Campbell was the one right underneath the ball. Let her pass it to you. Trust your teammates.
Kennedy Eiler, 6'5", Spring Mills. Mallet, the serve receive doesn't go the way she wanted. So finally one of these teams with two in a row. 7-5, Spring Mills.
Mallet had her feet set. She was just in the wrong spot, so she had to try to go sideways.
Now Mallet, another serve receive that goes the direction she didn't want. 8-5.
Let's see if they keep targeting Mallet.
I think that's what you have to do. You see that? That's.
She steps forward now. She's realizing her spot and where this ball has been placed each time.
Eiler. And she steps up for it. Mallet does. And Aird just barely able to get it over. Ratchford. Campbell tries to dump it over, but it goes in the net. 4 in a row for Spring Mills.
A timeout called Martinsburg.
And there's the timeout there by the Bulldogs. So we finally have seen one of these teams open up a big lead after we went back and forth up to 5-5. And now it's 9-5, Spring Mills. So Spring Mills may have some momentum.
And that came after we saw Kelso in. Brinkley got substituted for her. But immediately, Dylan, Brinkley didn't even get to stay in. And going in was Mallet. And they attacked Mallet immediately in that spot to get 4 straight points.
Yeah, Martinsburg got the libero back in. Now, if we were at Jim here, he'd be able to explain to you exactly how the libero substitutions work, but I believe this libero subs in differently.
Yes, she can go in at any time, but typically it's as a defensive specialist. But right now
they're attacking the libero, and that serve receive. See if this third one can really be sent, but it can't. Just another tough serve receive by Martinsburg.
That was a long shot.
5 in a row for the Cardinals. This might be exactly what they needed to take this JV action and get the win. Make it 6. Kennedy Eiler with the ace. Mallet couldn't get there. Now a change of formation for Martinsburg. 3 up and 3 back. And again, another first contact that goes backwards. But it's set up. Aird will put across the free ball. Set by Ratchford, back line to Grove. Overpass by Martinsburg. Ratchford, Graham.
Beautifully placed.
Swing and a miss by Aird. 12-5 Cardinals.
Graham went from near side to far side, found that empty space, and took advantage of it.
You mentioned the quarterback, Max Anderson, in the front row of the student section. The Cardinals just put up a touchdown, 7 straight on the Bulldogs. And can they make it 8? They do. That third hit just barely hits the top of the net and bounces back.
That was so impressive, too, with how Martinsburg was able to keep the ball alive. Just unfortunate for Cameron Sign, unable to get the ball to roll Martinsburg's way, and that's how this third set has went entirely for the Bulldogs.
Eiler, that one was close to going out, but it was received by Bass. Killian will put it over. The set From Ratchford to Williams, that was another close one. Mallett took it in. Ratchford will try again. Graham, it goes into the net, never goes across. So it's the 8-point run finally ended by Martinsburg.
But Graham was trying to go from the near side to the far side again. The ball was just too far behind her. She had to reach back, and because of that, wasn't able to keep her eye on the ball.
Eiler checks out after serving during that 8-point run. Angelica Graham checked in for Spring Mills. Ratchford's going to set up for Andrea Graham, and again it goes in the net. So 2 in a row for Martinsburg.
And it's twice in a row errors by Andrea Graham as well on the kill.
Ashlyn Aird with the ace. Just a last-second drop of the ball there like a curveball. And Brooke Everhart couldn't quite handle it. It was just a little shorter than she expected.
It was a beautiful serve. Let's see if she's able to do it again and get that nasty drop on it or not.
This one is received by Angelica Graham. And Maya Williams, the kill, puts it towards the back corner, 14-8.
After aired serve, she came too far close to the net. Got caught.
So now we go over to Addison Grove for Spring Mills serving, and it's in!
She didn't foul it.
That was another one they watched and hoped it was out, but it hit that corner just barely in. Perfect placement from Addison Grove. 15-8. Grove with another one. Killian for sign. Everhart will serve it up to the front, but no communication from Spring Mills. No one takes it. Campbell and Graham. No one talked it out to see who was going to get it.
Yep, they're talking now, making sure it doesn't happen again.
You see Ratchford doing a lot of talking on that side as Mallett can't get this one, just grazing the bottom of the net. 16-9.
And that's what you like to see after talking, hyping up her team. Now she's getting to serve. We see if she can put the game away for Spring Mills.
She opens up the set as the server. Now she's back around, but that'll be her only one. This one goes in the net. So it's fighting double digits up on the board for Martinsburg.
But now you want to see a role reversal. She helped her team out. Now her team needs to help her back up after that.
That's right. Cameron Sign.
Communicate.
Ava Campbell will put it over the net. Amelia Brinkley, soft touch, a bit of a rainbow. Ava Campbell over her head. This will be set up for Bass. Tipped. Good volley. Rallied by Spring Mills. Ratchford, two hands, puts it on the Martinsburg side. And that free ball can't be handled. And that was Angelica Graham that dove for it. It was just came up short. 16-11.
You're still looking for Spring Mills to get the communication back.
Not a lot of talking coming from the Cardinals right now. But that hit was perfectly placed. Cameron Sign couldn't get a good hit on it. And it goes in the net and falls to the ground. 17-11.
Got the Kennedy Eiler checking in for Spring Mills.
She was back in. She was the server for that 8-point run. Now is Andrea Graham serving now. Mallett with the free ball, received by Grove. Ratchford way up for Eiler. This is received by Aird. Aubrey Killian, first contact for Martinsburg. Brinkley. Ratchford sets up again for Everhart. Too far. The lead back down to 5.
Too much power for Everhart. She put everything into that one and didn't need to.
17-12. Spring Mills in this third and deciding set of the JV matchup. Emma Bass They let it go, and it goes too far. 18-12.
Yep, Grove called that immediately, but Graham still made sure to follow it all the way out.
So now it's Ava Campbell. Spring Mills trying to come back after losing the second set to repeat what they did in the first. And that one's just a tough in-between play for Ratchford.
It didn't look like she was fully ready for that one coming right out her face.
That came quick. As we'll see Brinkley check out and Kelso check back in. 18-13. And that's an overpass by Spring Mills. See if they recover. Killian, Ratchford will set up for Everhart. And that's first contact is put into the net. Another overpass. Megan Kelso.
Even if Killian could have kept that alive, she went over the line anyway.
She did. 19-13. 6-point lead for Spring Mills. 6 points from winning the game. Brooke Everhart serving. That first contact goes back to the back line. Mallet will set it up. The free ball over the head by Bass. Everhart tipped and gets exactly the kind of angle she needed to screw things up for Martinsburg. A line drive off the net, threw them off just enough, make it 20-13.
5 more points. That's all Spring Mills needs.
Brooke Everhart serving once again. Laird, Killian back to Aird. Ratchford over her head. Sign sets up. Campbell. Let's see, can Eiler do something with it? It ends up being handled by Martinsburg. Aird. Set by Ratchford to Williams. Both teams back and forth. Getting hits that they can handle. Grove. Ratchford back to Grove. Line drive.
Beautiful.
Over and 2 for Martinsburg. Ratchford will give it to Eiler this time. That's a tough one, but it looks like Martinsburg will be able to get it back over. They do. Ratchford again, a backline hit for Everhart off the net. Almost didn't make it over. Killian. Let's see who sets it up this time. Maya Williams, too far. Every hit from Maya Williams is a line drive. But the downside of that, sometimes they go too far.
But I liked what I saw a lot on the Spring Mills side. Watch it again between Ratchford and Williams, really leading the communication and leading this Spring Mills side. They're directing everything offensively and defensively.
Lily Campbell, the free ball goes too far. 21-14. Cardinals and Bulldogs.
And that's the type of leadership you want to see on a JV level, because you know your teammates are going to trust you. The coaches see that as well. And the leadership will go a long way once you finally get up to the varsity level.
That was Kennedy Eiler on the serve. Gets the point.
And on the other end, no communication.
Nope.
It's frustrating for Martinsburg because that's happened too many times.
That can be the difference in a game a lot of times. Yep. Which team fails to communicate with each other can be the one that falls apart and can't recover. Aubrey Killian up for Cameron Sign. There's a nice finesse touch. And Mallet is going to have to get this one across. So Ratchford sets up once again. Andrea Graham. This is a overpass close to the net. Sign couldn't do anything with it. 23-14.
But you saw both times there. Williams and Ratchford were both right there. Williams was like, you're the passer, that's your job. I'm going to trust that you do it. And it worked both times.
So we have a timeout from Martinsburg as it's 23-14. Spring Mills is only 2 points away from taking this game. And it's going to take a miraculous comeback from Martinsburg to be able to get this win.
Yeah, you almost feel like this timeout during the rally was a little too late.
And it's a quick timeout. Spring Mill's already back out on the court.
They don't want to lose their rhythm.
That's right, and I think they're playing well enough that Coach Dozier, Coach Wolf don't really have a lot to say to them. They say keep it up. You're only 2 points away from the win. Now the Bulldogs come back out. Again, it's Eiler. Setting to Mallet. Lily Campbell dug out by Eiler. Andrea Graham, it's hit after the block. It can't be wrangled by the Bulldogs. It's 24-14. It's match point for Spring Mills. Kennedy Eiler was the server for that 8-point run by Spring Mills, and now she'll try to seal the deal. Bass, Mallet, Killian. Grove sets Ratchford, Graham. Martinsburg will be able to cover. Sign. Just a little short is Eiler.
Almost had the pancake.
Almost. So Eiler's going to check out, and now it's Angelica Graham on for Spring Mills.
But again, Martinsburg needs 9 straight points, otherwise it's game, set, match.
And we'll start with Ashlyn Aird. The tip, the dump over by Ratchford almost gets the job done. And that is 3 hits and not over the net. That's the 25th point in the third set. Spring Mills takes the JV game 2-1, 25-14 in the third set. The first 2 sets each going 25-19. First one to Spring Mills, second one to Martinsburg. And again, it's the JV Cardinals taking this one. So we'll go ahead and we'll take a 5-minute break between JV and varsity action. And after that 5-minute break, we'll be back with our pregame for the varsity matchup between Martinsburg and Spring Mills here from the Cardinal Coliseum at Spring Mills High School. You're watching EPAC Volleyball on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Back in 5 minutes.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation, from environmental...
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation, from environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost. It may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
WVU Heart and Vascular Institute offers world-class heart care close to home. Our board-certified physicians are performing groundbreaking procedures using cutting-edge techniques, and that's why we're expanding our services to every corner of our region, so you don't have to travel far to receive the great specialty care you deserve close to home. Now accepting new patients at all locations in Martinsburg, Hagerstown, Shepherdstown, Winchester, and at our newest office in Ranson. WVU Heart and Vascular Institute, world-class heart care close to home.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Hi, Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si based on EPA estimate of MY20 full line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
Makeup is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Welcome back to the Cardinal Coliseum here at Spring Mills High School. Dylan Bishop and Colin McLaughlin here with you. We just wrapped up the JV game between Spring Mills and Martinsburg. Colin will get into a little bit here of what we just saw in the JV game before we get on to the varsity game. How did you like what you saw from Spring Mills there as they got the victory?
It was a fun one to watch. Went 3 full sets for the JV action, and as you said, Spring Mills was able to edge it out and get the win over Martinsburg, and it really came down to, I think, the leadership of Williams as well as Ratchford just trying to regain the focus of their team and really direct them when it came to on the court, and that's what got the rally going. That's what got the huge lead that they were able to hold on to, and that was the difference maker, was the communication led by those two compared to, unfortunately for Martinsburg, it seemed like a lack of communication. People who probably shouldn't have been calling another person off the ball doing so, and that unfortunately led to them running into each other and somebody being out of position, resulting in a point for the Cardinals.
So actually just following the game down there, I was able to catch up with JV coach of Spring Mills, Anela Dozier, who told me that that's the best that the JV team has looked all season. And what she did was switch the lineup all around. She took a page out of the Musselman playbook, where she said
maybe that's why they were the Cardinals on the score, or the Applemen on the scoreboard at first.
At the beginning of the game, yeah, they were still acting like Musselman. So what she said was that there's something that Musselman does called a cauldron, where they take and they essentially keep track of stats during practice, and then Musselman will just take whoever had the 6 most points in practice for whatever stats they're keeping track of, and that's the starting lineup. You throw that 6 out on the court, and then you adjust the lineup from there. That's what Coach Dozier did in the JV game, and she said it resulted in the best game that they've had all season. So it's a good thing there for Spring Mills.
If it works, we'll see if they use it on the varsity side.
Right, it's certainly an interesting strategy, and you might as well, you figure if it's good enough for Musselman, that it's good enough for everyone else.
Obviously, Musselman being the #1 team in the state, 8-time state champs, yeah, if you can take something out of their playbook and use it to your advantage, why not do so?
Right, and we'll go ahead and we'll keep it up with the Spring Mills side right now as we look forward to the varsity action. We'll look forward to what they've done. So far, the varsity team is 1-2 on the season. This past Thursday, they got their first win in EPAC competition when they beat the Washington Patriots. Now, of course, the first 2 games in EPAC action for Spring Mills was against the top 2 teams in the state of West Virginia last year, Musselman and Hedgesville. So they had a tough task in those first 2 early season matchups, but they were able to get that win against Washington to start to get things rolling and get some momentum as they go into out of this early part of the season. So they were able to take 1 set off of Musselman in that home opener that they had. Of course, Musselman made some lineup changes. You could say that it was a result of that, but Spring Mills won the set regardless with a lot of those good players that Musselman has. And of course, in that Hedgesville game, they were swept 3 straight sets to nothing. But I think there are some things that they can build on here from what they've done so far. The JV momentum can carry over into the varsity action column.
Maybe I'm trying to really get a good picture and a first impression of this Spring Mills team this year, since I haven't been on the headset with you as it's been Jim. But as you mentioned, the 3 matches that they had, the first 2 were against the 2 best teams in the states. You really can't go off of that because you're going to know that this program they're expected to, unfortunately, lose, putting it in basic terms like that. And I know it's not fair to them, but what is fair to them is not trying to go off that and give them an identity for the season. I think that Washington team and then this match tonight will truly show where in the EPAC this Spring Mills Cardinals team can wind up being this season.
So we'll see. They have some of their upcoming games coming up in this part of the season. On Thursday, Spring Mills will be hosting the Jefferson Cougars. On Saturday, they will go and they will be playing in a tournament where they'll have to take on Morgantown. And then their next game that we see on TV 10 will be September 29th when they host the Washington Patriots, who, again, they just played. So we've gotten some breakdown on Spring Mills. We'll go ahead. We'll take a 2-minute break. On the other side of this break, we will break down the Martinsburg side as well as hear from the head coaches of both teams, Haley Wolf and Mike Nelson. After this 2-minute break, you are watching EPAC Volleyball here on WRNR TV on YouTube and TV 10.
You've been in an accident. Why won't the insurance company pay? Because they're trying to save money at your expense. Call Mansion Ferretti for your free consultation. We have the experience to deal with the insurance company and get you the compensation you deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Welcome back to the Cardinal Coliseum here at Spring Mills High School. We're getting ready for varsity action between the Martinsburg Bulldogs and the hosting Spring Mills Cardinals. We get ready for that. We will go ahead and we'll get you ready with, since we already talked about the Spring Mills side of things, we'll get you our pregame interview with head coach of the Cardinals, Haley Wolf. Here with Coach Wolf of Spring Mills. Coach, you had some tough tasks here to start out the year with Hedgesville and Musselman, but you guys got yourself a win against Washington on Thursday. What kind of the positives that you've taken away from this early part of the season?
You know, it's never easy opening up to Hedgesville and Musselman. I mean, it really, you have to work on your mental game to be able to come back after those first 2 losses and come back and work harder to get where we need to be. And they really proved that on last Thursday at Washington. You know, the girls didn't stop. We ran a faster offense, and it was nice.
So what are the things that you think your team most needs to improve on so far?
Serve receive and getting our serves inbounds over the net. You know, an ace, we don't need an ace every time. We need the ball in. I take consistency over power.
And finally, you guys have Martinsburg coming in tonight. What can you tell us about what you plan to do to attack the Bulldogs tonight and try to get a victory on your home court?
Play our game, you know, play our mental game, play our physical game, get our passes where they need to be, and swing aggressively.
All right, Coach Wolf, thank you very much. Thank you. That was Coach Haley Wolf of the Spring Mills Cardinals. And now that we can move on to the Martinsburg side of things before we break down the Bulldogs, so we'll get you our interview from pregame with head coach of the Bulldogs, Mike Nelson. Here with Coach Nelson of Martinsburg, the Bulldogs here. So, Coach, you guys have had a pretty strong start to your season so far against some in-conference and out-of-conference opponents. What have you liked from your team so far to start the year?
Well, I like our youngsters are passing well, serving well. We're at about a 90% serving percentage for the year, so that's been really encouraging.
All right, and you brought back some key players from last year like Amani Fennell and Skylar Bishop. How has your returning talent helped keep your team afloat and get you off to a strong start this year?
Yeah, we also have Lonnie Mosby on that list. All 3 came back from last year. They're all 3 our captains. We definitely rely on them to keep the team together and positive and everyone focused.
All right. Whoa. So we just had a hit in the back of the head here to Coach Nelson, a ball flying through. So you're coming into Spring Mills' home turf tonight. So what can you tell us about how you plan to attack Spring Mills tonight, try to get yourself to a victory here on the road?
Well, same thing we've been doing this year. Good first contact, serve, receive, serve. One thing we want to do better on is eliminate some unforced errors and finish a kill. We've had some trouble finishing points out in matches, so that's what we're looking to do tonight.
All right, Coach Nelson, thank you very much. Good luck tonight. That was Coach Mike Nelson of the Martinsburg Bulldogs, our first time seeing him this year on TV 10. I'm telling you, Colin, we heard it there in the interview. Ball came and smacked him right in the back of the head during the interview. It only set things off the rail for a couple seconds, and he took it like a champ. He acted like almost nothing happened. He was like, happens all the time.
Well, hopefully it's not a precursor for Martinsburg tonight, and they're able to stay focused and not allow, anything to, get in their heads and be able to focus and pick up a win against Spring Mills. But after watching both these teams warm up, Spring Mills clearly has the height advantage, and if they can use that tonight, it's going to be tough for Martinsburg.
That's the thing with this Spring Mills team. They're kind of young, inexperienced. They haven't had a lot of success, and obviously Coach Wolf's only a second-year coach. Like I said on the Sports Mix this morning, what they do have on their side is size. A lot of times a team just they'll struggle because they just don't have the size up front to deal with some other teams. But Spring Mills has the bodies when it comes to their size. So on the Martinsburg side of things, Martinsburg has started the year 6-1-2. They are 2-0 in the region. Those 2 wins coming in sweeps of Washington and Jefferson. They've had out-of-conference wins against St. Maria Goretti, South Carroll, Frederick, and Glen Elk, all in tournament play. All teams from the state of Maryland, including some teams they played in Maryland, out-of-conference ties with Linganore of Frederick and Mount Hebron of Ellicott City, and a loss to Centennial of Ellicott City as well. This is a team that last year finished 3rd in the region, and they went 9-15 overall, 5-7 in the region. This is a team that has lost some key players: Avery Bishop, Madison Brenniger, Bella Ray, Sophie Marple, all leaving this team. Those were leaders in blocks, hitting percentage, aces, kills, and digs that have all left this team. But they're returning Skylar Bishop, who was second in a lot of those categories, and Imani Fennell, who was in the top 2 or 3 in those categories as well, and leads the team in kills so far this year. So I think this is going to be a very interesting test here, Colin, to see. This is our first time seeing the 2022 Martinsburg Bulldogs.
Yeah, you're happy in the fact that, as you mentioned, 6-2-1, correct? Or was it 6-1-2?
6-1-2.
6-1-2.
2 ties,
thank
1
you.
loss.
You're 3 wins away from tying last season, which was a 9-15 season, and you're only 3 weeks into this season. So you got to be proud of that. And as you mentioned, Avery Bishop and them gone, but Skylar, Avery's sister, as you can see during the warm-ups here on TV 10, the offense is running through her tonight. She's the passer, really trying to get her teammates going in Mosby, in Fennell, in Sifford, Chacon. So if she has a good night, Martinsburg's going to have a good night. And if she struggles, they're going to struggle. The focus for Martinsburg will be on Skylar Bishop.
I'd say Imani Fennell looks incredibly impressive so far, what I've seen from her. She has very great leaping abilities to get some strong hits over the net. So it's going to be, I think this is going to be a very fun matchup here. Some upcoming games for the Martinsburg Bulldogs. They will be at Hedgesville Thursday, and on Saturday they will enter tournament play against teams such as Parkersburg and Pendleton County. And then their next 2 games in the conference will both be on TV 10 next Tuesday and Thursday, the 20th and the 22nd. They will host Musselman and go to Martinsburg. So that'll be a fun matchup there.
And go to Washington.
Yes, go to Washington. They will host Musselman and go to Washington. Both those games on TV 10. So that'll be quite a fun one there. So I think we'll go ahead and take a 2-minute break. On the other side of this break, we'll be back for our rosters for the varsity teams in this matchup between Martinsburg and Spring Mills. Go ahead and take a 2-minute break. On the other side, you are watching EPAC Volleyball here on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
When it comes to breast cancer, early detection is the key. During October, WVU Medicine Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center will offer 3D mammogram screening clinics to women 40 and older on Saturdays at our women's imaging centers in Ranson and Spring Mills for just $60. This discounted fee helps patients who haven't met their deductible, whose insurance doesn't include one with an annual exam, or for those with no insurance. Schedule your discounted 3D mammogram today. Call WVU Medicine at 1-844-802-2734, option 2.
Welcome back to the Cardinal Coliseum here, Spring Mills High School, as we get ready for varsity action. Volleyball between Spring Mills and Martinsburg. We see both teams out on the court. They'll get ready to announce the starters and the reserves for both teams. And we will do the same. We will list off your rosters for both teams here, starting with the visiting Martinsburg Bulldogs. We'll start off with Kalani Chacon, #1. #2, Honey Carter. #5, Avery Sifford. #6, Addison Sifford. #10, Deja Wright. #17, Maddie Fischel. #18, Amani Fennell. #19, Katie Zittle. #20, Skylar Bishop. #21, Ellie Mosby. #22, Amelia Brinkley. #23, Madison Henry. #27, Addison Strobel. #30, Courtney Dick. And #34, Kira Rhodes. So that's your lineup, the roster for the Martinsburg Bulldogs. And we go across the other side to the home team, the Spring Mills Cardinals. Their varsity roster, coached by Haley Wolf. #1, Addison Grove. #3, Maddie McDaniel. #4, Jaden Junkin. #5, Emma Jones. #6, Bella Abshire. #7, Ariana Parsley. #8, Ava Campbell. #9, Isabella Bolliard. #10, Brooke Everhart. #11, Gracie Kane. #12, Peyton Dugan. #13, Sasha Connor. #14, Samantha Stevens. And #15, Riley Ratchford. So, Colin, we see a lot more crossover between the JV and varsity team on the Spring Mills side compared to the Martinsburg side.
Yeah, I agree. And after going 3 sets, if those girls get in, how exhausted will they be, or will they be able to help out when necessary to be able to lead Spring Mills to victory or not? Or are we really going to see the upperclassmen be relied on heavily in this matchup against Martinsburg? I mentioned they have the height. Let's see if they can use that to their advantage.
So we'll take another 2-minute break as they start the national anthem here. We're watching EPAC Volleyball on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com. When you're looking for the perfect gift, look no further than L.A. Roberts Jewelers at 146 North Queen Street in downtown Martinsburg. Choose from a huge selection of unique items, from the finest diamonds that make your eyes sparkle to exquisite timepieces, figurines, and collectibles. Buying from L.A. Roberts Jewelers means that you've made the decision to do business with people who've excelled in the industry for more than 100 years. They'll be here tomorrow when you need them, and if you need your jewelry or your watch repaired, they'll do that too. L.A. Roberts in downtown Martinsburg. Old World Jewelers for a new age.
You've been in an accident. Why won't the insurance company pay? Because they're trying to save money at your expense. Call Mansion Ferretti for your free consultation. We have the experience to deal with the insurance company and get you the compensation you deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
See them here at Spring Mills High School. As you see the student section for Spring Mills waving the flag for the Cardinals. So we get ready for varsity action here. Volleyball between the Martinsburg Bulldogs and the Spring Mills Cardinals. Dylan Bishop and Colin McLaughlin here with you as the starting lineups are getting out on the court for both teams. And we'll get ready for our first serve of the game. Ball will be handed to Ariana Parsley of the Cardinals. She will get things going. Parsley the first serve. And it'll be Fennell. Puts it. Skylar Bishop with the touch across. Number 9, Bolliard for the Cardinals. Skylar Bishop moving all around for Martinsburg. And that's a 4. I believe there was a violation there on the.
I think I saw Sasha Connor's foot step over the line for Spring Mill, so that's what gave the point to Martinsburg. But my initial reaction, and a little surprising in my mind, is I mentioned during the pregame show that Spring Mills had the height advantage, but Stevens on the bench to start. So right now the height advantage is on the side of Martinsburg with Skylar Bishop as well as Ellie Mosby.
And that's an ace for Avery Sifford. Getting things going for the Bulldogs, 2-0. It couldn't be handled by the libero, number 18, Jaden Junkin. Parsley for Sasha Connor. Fennell met at the net, but the tip can't be taken advantage of. Isabella Boyard.
Yeah, Boyard tried to recover after the tip from herself, but just was unable to get low enough.
Sifford with another good serve. Fennell with the first touch, and back over to her for the kill. Martinsburg with another point. The kill from Amani Fennell makes it 4-0.
That had some power on it too.
That's what she was doing in pregame. I saw that, and I knew that would be coming. It's hard to stop for Spring Mills. Sifford serves again. Junkin with the receive. And the tap over, the finesse from Isabel Bolyard puts the Cardinals on the board with their first point.
Looks like Martinsburg's JV that is trying to become a student section was not up for the challenge on the far side of Spring Mill student section, so they've came to retreat to this side, Dylan.
They've fallen back. They've pulled back the defensive lines as the serve from Sasha Connor comes from the Cardinals. Fennell taps it over. Back to Bolyard. Tough. And it's Avery Sifford that just the line drive bounces off her hands and up into the net. 2 in a row for Spring Mills.
If Fennell was just unable to allow that to bounce off the net because of her foot placement.
Connor, the receive to Addison Sifford. And that's another one. A kill by Ellie Mosby, one of the captains for Martinsburg.
I think that might have been tipped as well on that front line from Stevens. And that deflection was kind of what made sure that the back line for Spring Mills was unable to get there.
And there's Addison Sifford with an ace. Again, can't be handled by Junkin. That makes it 6-2. Parsley will set it up for Samantha Stevens. Gets the left-handed kill.
And that's who Spring Mills needs to get the offense going through is Stevens. She's a head taller than everybody out there on the court. If she can get those kills going, I think they'll easily be able to come back.
Gracie Kane, the set serve, number 11. And there's Skylar Bishop, and that's tough. Over and 2. Nice recovery by Bulliard. Fennell met at the net, but it falls to the floor. It's a kill for Fennell. 7-3.
And Abshire and Bulliard tried to go for the roof, but they just didn't keep their hands strong. They allowed themselves to have their hands bend, and you can't bend and break.
Now Skylar Bishop, the serve tips off the net. Too short for Stevens. Makes it 8-3. The Bulldogs looking strong so far. Skylar Bishop, the feet set for the serve again. Bulliard going for the kill, but it goes too far.
Just off by a few inches.
And that's an early timeout from Coach Wolf. And we'll take the break with them for 30 seconds. And on the other side of this break, we will rejoin the first set of varsity action. We're watching EPAC Volleyball here on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Back in 30 seconds.
Martinsburg's quest for its 10th state title continues this week as another challenger steps forward to try and stop the Bulldogs' perfect season.
Agent pump fakes the Grantham, looks in the middle of the field. It's caught by Surratt Musgrove. Musgrove goes to the far side, across the goal line and in. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 8:10 to go. It's now 14-7 Bulldogs.
Tune in to Highland Springs and Martinsburg this Friday night at 6 p.m. right here on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Welcome back to the Cardinal Coliseum. Spring Mills High School. It's 9-3 in set number 1 between Martinsburg and Spring Mills. A strong start for the Bulldogs. Skylar Bishop serving for Martinsburg. Parsley with the set, and it's too tight up to the net. Samantha Stevens lets it go. That's
Parsley's pass was just too far in.
It's 10-3 now. Bishop serves again. Samantha Stevens with the first touch, and it's going to be tough for Spring Mills to recover, but they do. Sifford was able to get it. Set up to Bulliard. Bishop first touch. Sifford to Fennell. A bit of a finesse touch. From the back line, it's a roof. Met at the net. It's Addison Strovel and Kira Rhodes. 11-3. Parsley will set up a backline hit for Junkin. Bishop to Fennell. And that's going to be a kill for Amani Fennell. 12-3. Tips off the hands of the Spring Mills front line. Too strong. 12-3. Bishop serving again. Parsley to Bulliard. And that's going to be a tough one. It was only 2 hits. No one there for a third.
Communication broke, but I really like this Martinsburg team. Seeing them for the first time this season, they look like a completely different team than last year. They're the aggressors right now, and it's a very impressive start for the Bulldogs.
Bulliard with an ace. Looked like it got a little bit of the net, just enough to throw things off for Avery Sifford. 12-5. 2 in a row for the Cardinals. Cutting it from 9-7.
At the home roll.
Bulliard. Oh, that's another one. They'll call it an ace. They'll say Fennell couldn't get there.
That was a close call.
That was. I thought
Fennell is agreeing with it, but
not putting up the fight. So Bulliard gets another one after the ace. Addison Sifford. Bishop to Fennell. Another strong hit from Fennell. But Spring Mills is able to get it back. The tip up. There was Rhodes. Stevens with the left hand. Rainbow across. Addison Sifford up high for Fennell. And it's another kill for Amani. 13-6. Amani Fennell, the leader in kills so far this season for Martinsburg. And she'll go back to serve as well. 13-6. Martinsburg looking incredibly impressive here in set number 1. Sasha Connor receives. Samantha Stevens. Dug out by Fennell. Met at the net. And it goes out. Parsley tried to block it. Well, they're actually changed the call now. And they'll give the point to Spring Mills.
Saying that official's foot must have touched that blue line at midcourt. I wasn't really looking, but he was.
So that point's actually going to go over to Spring Mills. 13-7. Samantha Stevens serving now with the left hand. Dug out by Addison Sifford. Junkin, Parsley, Connor, the roof.
That's twice now that Rhodes
and Strovel
have been able to meet Spring Mills at the net.
Tough front line there for the Bulldogs. Kira Rhodes will serve now. 14-7, Bulldogs. She gets it, it'll be Junkin. Off the net, Parsley sets. Fennell digs it out. It's an over the net, and it's Parsley who takes advantage and kills.
You can't have an overpass at this level. You're going to regret it each and every time.
14-8. Spring Mills trying to get back into this set. Jaden Junkin serving now, and that's a tough first contact serve receive. Goes backwards. Makes it 14-9. No one can get there.
Cardinals.
So it's Junkin once again, the libero. Serves. Fennell, Bishop, Fischel. Parsley serves up to Gracie Kane. Good dig by Martinsburg. Tipped over. Parsley this time to Sasha Connor. Tipped off the block. Bishop. Strovel.
Yep. It was on this side of the antenna. It still went over the net, but you got to keep it in between those two candy cane looking antennas.
That'll make it 14-10. Spring Mills making a comeback of sorts, and there's an ace for Junkin.
Yep, and I see Coach Nelson coming over. At what point does he call a timeout to try to stop the momentum from moving towards Spring Mills' side?
So it's 14-11 now. Junkin.
It's been a 9-2 run.
Ellie Mosby off the block. It'll be a point for Martinsburg. 15-11.
Finally stop the rally and give some life to Martinsburg's side.
So now they'll have the serve in their possession. That was Katie Zittel on the serve, and it goes over and out.
I was mistaken. They had a chance to get the momentum, but they just gave it right back.
So this lead's been cut down to 3 now. See if the Cardinals can get back even closer as Ariana Parsley serves. This is set up for Skylar Bishop, tight up in the net, but the touch is to where there was no one there.
I almost thought Connor and Jones were about to go head first into each other. I'm glad that they
came close to colliding there for sure.
Were able to avoid disaster. But that's when you got to communicate.
So we're back around to Avery Sifford serving for the Bulldogs, and it goes in the net. I was about to say that Sifford serving is how that rotation is what got the Bulldogs their big run to open up the lead. But
that's twice in a row now that Martinsburg has gotten a point and given one right back to Spring Mills to allow the Cardinals to stay in this first set.
So the freshman Sasha Connor serving once again, and that one goes too far. 17-13.
Spring Mills is allowing Martinsburg the chance to regain the aggression that they had at the start of this, in which they led 12-3. It was a 9-point lead that's now been cut to 4.
17-13 Martinsburg. In set number 1, Samantha Stevens, a big hit. Way too much on it. It goes out. No one touched it for Martinsburg. 18-13.
Spring Mills was looking for a deflection.
They were certainly hoping for it. Addison Sifford serving for the Bulldogs. Parsley goes over in 2. They'll set it up for Fennell. Tough hit off the block. Just can't be pancaked by Samantha Stevens. 19-13. So the Bulldogs have recovered. And it's another timeout for Spring Mills, second one of the set for the Cardinals. We'll keep it here as both teams are in their timeout, in their huddle.
And that's a smart timeout taken by Spring Mills because you had it within 4. Now it's went to 6. So you got to try to get the rhythm of Martinsburg to stop so that you can get the serve back, hopefully reset, and try to start this comeback because it's getting too close to that 25th point now for Martinsburg to get that first set.
You're right.
Coach Wolf, you can see talking to our leaders in that side, and Gracie Kane as well as Samantha Stevens and others, trying to get them to refocus, make sure to get the aggression on their side because for a majority of this first set, it's been all Martinsburg, and the only points that Spring Mills has really gotten are off Bulldog errors.
So as we come out of this timeout, Addison Sifford, the libero for the Bulldogs.
Sounds like they're having some issues with the scoreboard, too.
A long buzzer there coming out of the timeout. So here we go, Sifford, 19-13. In set number 1, that's an overpass, almost a roof for Fennell. To be set up. Zittel and the little finesse touch by Kira Rhodes gets the kill. 20-13. No one there. Just hit them where they ain't. Sifford puts that one in the net. Almost got the friendly roll across, but it'll make it 20-14.
Yeah, the friendly roll has been helping out the home side, though.
Gracie Kane.
Overpass.
Big overpass there, and it goes out as Bolyard just lets it go. 20-15. So let's see Gracie Kane serving once again. Set, and it's an ace. Fennell couldn't handle it.
But again, right off that net, that's what Spring Mills has been doing.
Just barely off, and now it's the Bulldogs calling a timeout. Once again, so Colin, it was basically right about the same point. It was 2 or 3 in a row.
It was a 6-point lead when Spring Mills called a timeout. They just cut it back to 4. I almost said cut it in half because they had it at 20-17. It is 20-16, though, back on the scoreboard now.
Yeah, see that we have some. We had the scoreboard issues earlier in the JV game that were a little more serious where
we didn't even know what the score was.
The scoreboard didn't know what the teams were.
That's
because
true,
the scoreboard said it was the Applemen and the Bulldogs, and it looked like the Bulldogs were actually, it was Spring Mills stats that were getting keep track of, and then someone would forget, and then the Bulldogs would score a point in the JV game, and they would assign it to the Bulldogs, which was actually Spring Mills. It was so confusing and back and forth that they eventually got it figured out. They broke out a handheld scoreboard, the little red and blue.
You used to use a gym class to keep score.
So Gracie Kane out of the timeout serves for Spring Mills. Amani Fennell, big hit. Nice recovery by Spring Mills. It's met at the net by both teams. It falls to the floor on the Martinsburg side. The point for Spring Mills. It's a 3-point game here in the first set.
Abshire, the one to keep her hands strong when she went up and met Bishop at the net.
Kane again. This one goes in the net. Some of her serves were tipping over just barely. This one not quite, and she'll check out, and it'll be junking back in.
Strovel from Martinsburg side checks back in as well.
And it'll be Skylar Bishop serving. Parsley will set for Stevens, a strong left hand, and the kill. We'll talk about it, Colin. She is by far the tallest player on the Cardinals roster.
Yep.
She's got the power to go with it.
Bishop had the dig trying to keep it alive, but unfortunately kind of just went right into the gut and caught by Abshire.
Oh, tips off the net. The serve from Bolliard. Fennell sends the free ball over. Parsley will set it up for Stevens again, and it's another kill. 2 in a row for Samantha Stevens.
And there you go. They're back in it. The lead to 2, I believe. I didn't think they put up the point. I thought it should be 21-19. Is it 21-18?
I think you're right. I think you're right, Colin.
I thought they missed the point.
The point hasn't been put up on the scoreboard yet, but I believe it's 21-19, and make it 22 as Kira Rhodes puts it across for the Bulldogs. We'll get more substitutions in now. Maddie Fischel back in for the Bulldogs.
And we're hearing people say fix the score. There you go. It is 22-19.
That's what we thought. We're keeping track right over here. Amani Fennell serving for the Bulldogs. An overpass close to the net, and it's the roof. They're building a roof up there.
Parsley thought she could be sneaky and just quickly tip it over. But Strovel was ready on the other side to say, no, you don't.
The blocks from Kira Rhodes. 23-19, Bulldogs coming up on a first set victory. Stevens with a big, strong hit, and it ends up in a point for Spring Mills, 23-20.
And that was a strange one because you could see the speed coming right off her hand, but it hit the net, and that took the speed all away and actually
it's like a chain
probably avoided a bloody nose for a Bulldog.
Yeah, it might have. Emma Jones serving now for Spring Mills. Fennell to Bishop, back to Fennell. Overpass. A roof. Maddie Fischel. Set point for Martinsburg. 24-20. Now they'll get Ellie Mosby back in. One of the captains of the Bulldogs, along with Bishop and Fennell. And it'll be Rhodes serving. Bolliard, Parsley, Connor. Bishop, 10 line. Imani Fennell with another kill. And that takes the set. Bulldogs take the set 25-20. 1 set down. Martinsburg has 2 to go. What a set there from Martinsburg.
It was impressive, especially Imani Fennell. It's going to be fun seeing at least 2 more sets from her. Maybe more, you never know. But she's looking impressive, and so are the rest of the Bulldogs, Dylan.
That was the way that Martinsburg opened up that set. I kind of expected it to continue, and maybe this, final was going to end up being something like 25-17.
Yeah, because it was 12-3 Martinsburg at one point.
Right, even worse than like 25-14, something like we were seeing like more so in the JV game or some of our Musselman games we've seen so far. But it was a nice recovery by Spring Mills.
Yeah, it was a slow start for them, but what really got them going was when Samantha Stevens came in. I mentioned at the start, she was out, and that took away the height advantage for the Cardinals. And it gave it to Martinsburg, who started with Skylar Bishop as well as Ellie Mosby. And then Imani Fennell, she has so much more power this season. It is night and day compared to last year. And that has really helped this Bulldog team. And the momentum's on their side. You can see just the expressions, the life, looking at both huddles. They're definitely focused, but at the same time, it seems like Martinsburg is at a whole different level than Spring Mills is right now, emotionally and determination-wise.
There's a lot of energy coming from that Martinsburg huddle, and it seems a little more dejected on the Cardinals side. Obviously, they lost the set.
They're not out of it, though.
Right. That was a close, tight set that could have been even tighter had they not gone on that 12-3 run to open things up. So I think there's a lot to build on there for Spring Mills in these next sets. You don't come out of that first set expecting a sweep, because
that's true.
Spring Mills looked good.
But again, Samantha Stevens on the bench to start.
It's an
Spring Mills.
Interesting rotational.
They're going with
lineup.
The same thing at the first start, and as I mentioned, you started down 12-3.
Obviously, there's some sort of lineup adjustment that Coach Wolf likes with Samantha Stevens coming off of the bench, not starting off the set. So it'll be Zittel. Skylar Bishop. Soft touch that Gracie Kane sends right back. Sifford. Avery Sifford. Bolliard, tough hit. And it can't be corralled and dug out by Katie Zittel. So Spring Mills gets the first point of set number 2.
Yeah, I don't know if it was just because of that play and where everybody was, but Bishop was typically the setter, and that time she went for a kill.
And here's 3 hits that don't get over the line after the serve by Ariana Parsley. 2-0 Spring Mills. So they've started off strong here. An ace for Parsley. And that's another.
Maybe I read those huddles wrong because Spring Mills just came out the aggressors.
It certainly looked like a lot of energy coming from the Bulldogs, but what you can say might have looked like less energy, might have been focus from the Spring Mills huddle, as they've come out 3-0. Fennell with the receive of the serve. Mosby puts it where everyone wasn't, right in the middle of everyone. Everhart tried to dive for it, but couldn't quite get there.
And it looked like Mosby was getting ready to absolutely kill that ball, but right at the last second held back and was able to finesse that perfectly.
So it's 3-1. Avery Sifford, first serve of the set. And that's going to go on the outside of the antenna.
Bad first pass. It just went straight up. It went to nobody.
So that'll make it 3 of 2. So it's Sifford again, received by Connor. Junkin will go and get it. It'll be tough to get over, and it can't. That second hit was a little bit of a line drive, too much.
Just like we were saying in the JV game for Martinsburg, these first touches are going backwards, putting you away from the net, so you have to play with your back towards the net, and that's really been costly so far for Spring Mills.
So it's 3-3 now. Bolliard puts it back into play. The back line hit from Junkin. Avery Bishop, it's a kill. Set up right in the middle, and she sends it home.
But at the same time, if you're a Bulldog fan, you like the quick adversity and how Martinsburg responded being down 3-0. They're now up 4-3.
4 in a row for Martinsburg, and that one doesn't even get to the net.
Announcer's curse.
All right. So it was 3 in a row to start for Spring Mills, 4 in a row by the Bulldogs to answer, and now we've evened it back up 4 apiece. As Sasha Connor. It's received by Sifford. Fennell met at the net, but it falls on the Spring Mills side. A kill for Amani Fennell.
Yep.
Right back where she left off.
Kane jumped straight up to try to get for the roof along with Isabel Bolliard, but Bolliard's body at the last second started kind of fading backwards, and that's what allowed the ball to just go and roll off her and into the ground on Spring Mills' side.
Samantha Stevens hits off the hands of Addison Sifford, who was serving there. 5-5. Another big, strong hit from Samantha Stevens. So now Stevens on the court, and it's 5-5. So a lot better start for Spring Mills this time around. Kane. Oh, that was a late decision to hit that one by Avery Sifford.
Yep, I think she initially thought that ball was going out and then realized that it was quickly about to die.
So that's the lead for Spring Mills. Gracie Kane. Sifford receives it again. Be back to Skylar Bishop. The roof doesn't quite get the kill, though. And Stevens back with another strong line drive with the left hand. Too much for Sifford. 7-5 Cardinals. So there we are, 3 in a row. Once again for the Cardinals. Kane. That's an overpass. And it'll end up in the point. I thought
they caught a lift. They caught a lift on the second hit.
They say they got it across in 3, but there was the lift there. So that's 4 in a row now. 3-point lead, and the run ends with a service error. Again, you hate to see a run like that end on an unforced error. 8-6. Skylar Bishop serving. Isabel Bolliard and Sifford again. Just tough to get the angle there. Tough to dig that one out. 9-6.
Beautiful kill. See if they can get another rally going.
After this kill, Isabel Bolliard serving for Spring Mills. And there's Strobel putting it over for Martinsburg. Parsley, tap. And they'll recover. Samantha Stevens off the block. Skylar Bishop will set. And Fennell puts it in the net. 10-6.
I think that's the first error we've seen from Fennell. It seemed like she was unable to get her steps down correctly.
It's a great recovery so far to start the second set. Overpass by Martinsburg. And, a soft little hit there that ends in a kill by Parsley. And that's a timeout for Martinsburg. So it's 11-6 now. Spring Mills, Colin, they have just come out with a completely different energy than the first set.
That's definitely true. I read the room wrong looking at that huddle in between sets. And
we both did. I agree with you.
Coach Wolf has gotten this team in Spring Mills with a new sort of focus during this set. They're up by 5. You got to just keep the aggression on your side and don't slip up. Don't allow the errors that you made in the first set to come back and haunt you in set number 2. It's been a great match so far. I hope it continues, Dylan.
Now on the Martinsburg side, they've seen just some errors on the serve receive that have gotten Spring Mills to open up this lead here. It's been tough. They had some backline issues. The Sifford sisters, or I assume they're sisters, they could be cousins, but they have just had some tough times there with some of the strong hits from Spring Mills. And there's an ace by Bolliard. 12-6.
Great way to come out of the timeout.
So they're really just opening this thing up.
Bolliard has some speed on that serve as well as a little knuckle if you watch it.
There has, yeah, and that's another one that is tough to handle.
It's making it so tough to judge in the air on who has to have that first hit.
A soft touch, and a tough hit. Skylar Bishop's hit on the ball sent it backwards, not what she wanted.
But because you don't know where that ball is going, because of that knuckle, it puts multiple people out of position, Dylan.
It does. It's just hard to react to. And there, that had some spin on it like a slider. Fennell will put the free ball over. Parsley, Stevens. Dug out by Sifford. Fennell with the left hand. And they'll say
violation.
Spring Mills was in the net.
Yep, Ariana Parsley saying my fault as her right foot went right underneath that net.
So 13-7 as Martinsburg tries to recover from a strong second set start from Spring Mills. It'll be Fennell serving. And they get it right at the freshman Connor. 13-8, the ace for Fennell.
That one just looked like it started to become slow motion as it floated through the air. See if they target the freshman again.
They do. It's an overpass. They try to roof it. But the play continues. Fennell, tight at the net. Ooh. Bolliard, good hit to get that one across. Set by Bishop. Parsley backline to Bolliard. This third hit needs to get over, and Strobel does. Tough to keep that one in. Stevens, left hand, doesn't go off the block.
Stevens calling for a deflection, but I didn't think there was one. Well, let's see again if they target Sasha Connor, the freshman, They did it a second time, and Coach Wolf made sure she was in the right spot. We'll have to see if a third time around Fennell targets Connor.
They do, and it's in. She made the judgment call, but I think
you got to follow it out.
She didn't have quite the awareness of her surroundings she thought she did.
And because of that, now we see a JV player come in Addison Grove in the spot of Connor.
I believe that's another freshman. 13-10, and they go right at her. Overpass, Roof, Maddie Fischel. That worked to perfection.
These 4 straight points have allowed Martinsburg to come right back in this game, only down 2.
That worked to perfection there. Go at the freshman and get the Roof off in the overpass. They'll go to her again, and it's in. Over her head, she thought it was out.
Spring Mill's calling a timeout, and they need to.
Absolutely. The lead's been cut to 1 point. Big run by Martinsburg.
And I know it seems like now Fennell's strength is her kill, but I feel like that's more of a secret weapon, because following her the past 2 years when I was the play-by-play spot in your case that you are now, Dylan, watching her grow in JV, she was the serve specialist for these Martinsburg Bulldogs, and you can see that's still in her arsenal clearly right now, and it's definitely helped out and gotten Martinsburg back in this set. We said during that first timeout that Martinsburg had that Spring Mills needed to stay as the aggressors, and they haven't.
And it's tough that they've sent freshmen out here in this spot to have to be right across from Fennell to receive these serves.
And we said that might have been an issue after the JV match went 3 sets.
And they get lucky that time. That wasn't out by a lot, but it was out nonetheless. 14-12.
The icing worked. You call a timeout. Break that rhythm.
Like we said during the JV game, like icing the kicker in football. Doesn't always work then, but it worked here and worked then. Samantha Stevens serving now. Skylar Bishop. Connor blocked, but Spring Mills keeps it alive.
Great job by Stevens to keep it alive.
Kira Rhodes, tough. And there's Abshire sending it too far.
Yep, Abshire knew what she did, but it's so tough after you see Connor get blocked at the net to not try and sneak one to the back line.
14-13, 1 point game after Spring Mills opened the setup with a huge lead. Sasha Connor, it goes out. Tied up at 14. The Spring Mills team, very young. A lot of freshmen and sophomores getting a lot of playing time here. Coach Wolf having faith in her young players as Kira Rhodes doesn't get that serve to the net. Spring Mills takes their 1 point lead back.
She just seemed to have lost her focus and took her eye off the ball at the last second. She takes a seat on the bench now.
So Jaden Junkin, the libero. Tapped up by Bishop to Mosby, and it's a tough miss-hit by Bolliard.
Yep, they caught Bolliard out of position for a brief second. We're tied back up at 15 now.
So again, a huge comeback in the set by the Bulldogs. Katie Zittle serving now for Martinsburg. Bolliard with the receive. Gracie Kane, big hit. Fennell, that was tough to handle. It might have stayed in, it might not have.
And a great job by Bolliard, who was out of position the point before, but that time followed the ball back. Her feet were right on that line to keep it alive.
And it will be another 1 point lead for Spring Mills. It's Parsley serving now. Tapped up middle. Oh my God. Ellie Mosby ties it back up again. And the lead and ties going back and forth. See Avery Sifford serving again for the Bulldogs. She was the server during the big first set run for Martinsburg. And that one just barely goes out. Good call by Connor to leave it go.
Got some help from Parsley because Parsley actually ran out and watch it go in between them.
So Martinsburg keeps tying it up, but Spring Mills keeps coming back with a 1-point lead, and it's an ace for Sasha Connor.
Could that be the spark that Spring Mills needs to take this second set? You now got the 2-point lead after going back and forth from 14.
18-16, it's another ace. Addison Sifford couldn't get it.
And that's the second straight time that the serve from the freshman in Connor went directly towards Addison Sifford.
This is why Coach Wolf has faith in her young players. Sifford able to handle it this time. Set up for Fennell. Oh, that's a tough finesse hit. Good job by Fennell, sending it kind of over to the middle. And Samantha Stevens, her attempt to dig it out, kind of went back in her own face. So the Bulldogs...
Fortunately, she's okay, though.
Yes. 19-17. Parsley will set that up for Kane. Off the block and down for the kill.
I don't even know if that went off the block or right in between the block, and that's never what you want. Splitting the hands from Gracie Kane.
2017. See Kiera Rhodes with the tap over for the free ball. Parsley sets up for Stevens. Off the block. And to the floor. 21-17.
Got to keep those hands strong.
And there's the timeout from Coach Nelson. So there, the Cardinals were letting the Bulldogs get back into this. The Bulldogs multiple times tied it back up. Cardinals would get it back up to a 1-point lead. Bulldogs tie it again, back and forth like that
it
for a
was
few points.
14-14, but now it's been 7 points for Spring Mills and only 3 for Martinsburg. You're sitting in this timeout. You got to get that focus continuing-wise for Spring Mills, and that's what Coach Wolf's definitely preaching down there. Coach Nelson can see just trying to get some life back into his team as Skylar Bishop, who I said during the pregame show, Martinsburg wants to be successful, got to run through her. We haven't seen that the second set like we did in the first set.
They haven't. So it's Kane serving for Spring Mills. Tap over by Bishop. Fennell. It's dug out by Parsley. And that third hit by Stevens goes into the stands. Lead back down to 3. Martinsburg still in this. They were down big. Down by 7 points. Skylar Bishop serving. Parsley. Stevens off the block. Martinsburg will keep it under wraps. But Fennell's attempt to get it over goes to the net.
She misjudged where that ball was in the air. Didn't have her feet in the right spot when she went up.
So there's Bolyard, and her serve is just barely too low.
I think that's the first time that we've seen the ball, after hitting the net for a Spring Mill serve, not go over to Martinsburg's side.
They've been getting some luck on those bounces. Oh, big overpass by Sasha Connor, but it was very...
I thought that was going out. That could be crucial following the rest of this volley.
It was definitely close. Stevens, the set was a little too far for her.
But now lost her glasses.
And that goes out. Maddie Fischel sends it too far. 23-19.
Obviously, you won't ever know if that was going out or not, but I really thought it was going to. And now it's a 4-point game instead of a 3-point game.
And there's an overpass again. Skylar Bishop, Kiera Rhodes. Connor Stevens, light tap. Oh, almost worked out for her. Fischel. It'll be a backline hit for Bolyard, and it stays in. Up to set point now is Spring Mills. 24-19. Ball
in the hands of Stevens.
Samantha Stevens, the big left hand coming through. Fennell, it goes backwards. There it is. They keep it alive, though. Nice free ball, keeping it in. Finessed.
You got to make him pay on a free ball for the
Strobel sends it wide. 25-19.
Oh, no.
No.
They say it got deflected.
Oh, wow.
What a call. I did not see that at all. Wow.
That was everyone on the court reacting as if the Cardinals got that point. So that makes it 24-20 instead. And there's a big overpass and out. The Bulldogs keeping themselves alive. They need 3 in a row. Kira Rhodes. Parsley to Connor. Out. Oh.
Two big calls.
Rhodes again. Junkin, another one tight up by the net. Connor, floater. Fennell sets up for Fischel. It hits the ground.
Springville is going to call a timeout to try to regroup.
There's the time.
What a change in this set. It seemed like it was over, Dylan, at 25-18. But instead it was a point Martinsburg to make it 24-19. And now Martinsburg's 2 points away from making it a win-by-2 scenario. And we got drama in the Cardinal Coliseum.
24-22 it reads on the scoreboard. I thought that there was a 23rd point in there that they might not have put up on the board, but that could have been me miscounting rather than the scoreboard operators.
I don't know, but two, I'm going to say, controversial calls, and was there truly a deflection there? And also, back here 2 points ago, that seemed like it was right on the line to be a game point possibly again for Spring Mills. That was called the other way. The luck on Martinsburg's side right now. Can they keep it going to continue some drama in set number 2, or will this timeout pay off for Haley Wolf and the Spring Mills Cardinals to tie it up at 1 set apiece?
24-22. Suddenly Martinsburg only needs 2 points in a row coming out of this timeout.
And now we got some officials talking on the far side, extending this timeout. And if I'm Coach Nelson, I'm livid because the rhythm's already been broken and now it's extended. And you have no idea why.
Continuing just letting them sit around here. Not sure what the discussion was, but they'll blow it into play. Nothing changes from there. Kira Rhodes serving for the Bulldogs. Sasha Connor tries to tap it up. Bishop serve for Mosby. Connor gets it over with the free ball. Fennell sets for Fischel. Oh, Junkin, late decision and a whiff by Abshire. It's a 1 point game. This second set coming down to the wire. Martinsburg gets this next point. Will go to best to first to win by 2. Point for Spring Mills, and they get the set. Third one, and they'll say that that was a double hit. There's the 25th point.
Wow.
Cutting off the run at the last possible second.
Just like I don't think I agreed with the call.
It's the excitement of NCAA Division II football on TV 10 featuring the Shepherd University Rams.
Left to right and now throws it. It's intercepted by Kyle Smith, and Smith will take it into the end zone. Touchdown, Shepherd.
Join us on Saturday, September 18th for a PSAC cross-division battle as the Rams welcome Cal PA to Shepherdstown. Kickoff is set for noon with pregame coverage beginning at 11:30 right here on Comcast Channel 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else, and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
Mountaineer football lives here.
Touchdown, West Virginia. That radio goes by. Ball is intercepted by West Virginia's Dante Stills.
This Saturday, WVU hosts FCS foe Towson at Mountaineer Field.
It is a great night to be a Mountaineer wherever you may be.
Our coverage begins at 10 a.m. on the official radio home of Mountaineer football.
Right here on Talk Radio WRNR 106.5 FM AM 740.
Welcome back to the Cardinal Coliseum here. Some technical difficulties on our end we apologize for. Had our live stream back to the studio go out there for a minute, but you haven't missed anything. We were between sets.
Yep, that's the fortunate thing. If it's going to happen with some technical difficulties, at least it happened whenever there's a stop in the action.
Right, between sets, the best time for it to go down. So, again, we'll set the scene for you. It is tied 1 set apiece. A big, tight back and forth set there in set number 2 between Spring Mills and Martinsburg. Martinsburg taking the first set, Spring Mills taking the second. So we're tied at 1 apiece as we'll get ready for Ariana Parsley to serve to start out set number 3. And there it is away. Sifford will receive it. The Bishop that finally gets it across. Bolliard sends it too far. The first point of the set goes to Martinsburg.
Yep, it's a little mistake, but those little mistakes, when you're already tied up, are going to go a long way. Got to make your opponent earn them.
Avery Sifford with the first serve for Martinsburg. Big kill for the freshman Sasha Connor.
And that's why she's in for the varsity side. Plays like that, and now she gets the serve.
You see sometimes where she does play like her experience level, but it's moments like that that make up for it and shows why Coach Wolf puts her out on the varsity team. And there's an ace. She follows up the kill with an ace as Addison Sifford couldn't come up with it.
Yeah, we saw that late in set 2, and the serves were all being directed to attack Addison Sifford. Here to start set 3, that's what's the continued theme.
Samantha Stevens met at the net by Mosby and Bishop. Building the roof makes it 2-1. Excuse me, 2-2. Samantha Stevens' third hit just barely rainbows over the net. Skylar Bishop dug out by Junkin. That second one goes too far over. Ends up a double hit. Just both met there. Wow.
And Kane tried to go up for the roof, but unfortunately for her, just didn't keep those arms straight up.
Another one off block. Stevens falls to the ground, 3-3.
The block became a beautiful setup for Stevens, and when you're already coming to the ground, have to quickly try to go back up for another block. Just unable to get there in time to try to block Stevens.
We go Gracie Kane now, 3-3. And there's an overpass. See what Spring Mills does with it. Samantha Stevens, they can't do much. Zittle, Fennell, dug out by Kane. Bullyard. Martinsburg recovers. It'll go from Sifford to Fennell. Big time hit. What a dig. Samantha Stevens. Another kill, the second hit.
What a match we have on hand. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Back and forth action between two schools who are trying to build their programs in the EPAC.
Back and forth we go. 4-3 Spring Mills. Kane. It'll be Abshire. Sends it too far on the free ball. 4-4. As we'll see Zittle check out and Addison Strovel check back in. Addie McStuffin Strovel, as the boss man Mike Hornby says, as the point goes to the Cardinals.
Sifford wanted to kick that one, but decided to hold back so she didn't accidentally kick Fennell in the face with the ball.
It's Isabel Bullyard.
Right back at Sifford.
There's Rhodes with a little finesse touch. Bishop sets up for Fennell. Gets the kill.
There you go. That was the key that I mentioned in the pregame. You got to let Bishop feed the teammates. And so far, the one that she needs to feed the most has been Fennell if they want to win. And that's exactly what just happened.
Skylar Bishop acting as the point guard of the Bulldogs offense. It's Amani Fennell serving again to the freshman, Sasha Connor, who eventually gets the free ball across. Strovel sends it a little too far. 6-5 Spring Mills. So again, this set has been 1 point back and forth, essentially, this whole time. Here's Samantha Stevens, left-hander. Big overpass. Big time overpassed by Addison Sifford. There's Abshire at the net. Comes Fischel off the block. Can they get it across? They can. Bullyard.
But it's a free ball.
It was. Rhodes, good dig by Stevens.
Another free ball sent over.
It. Bishop. Strovel gets the kill. Off the block and to the floor.
You can't give two free balls to Martinsburg with how this match has been playing out. They're going to make you pay. And they did so right there. We're tied back up. And at this rate, set 3 might never end.
And if you have to win by 2, we haven't gotten there yet in this set. As Sasha Connors met at the net, and then
there you go.
Spring Mills can't get it going.
It was 2 straight points now, but it's still only a 1-point lead.
Right, that makes it 7-6 Martinsburg. Kira Rhodes sends it too far. And once again, back and forth we go, tied up again. 7-7. You see Emma Jones on the floor again for Spring Mills as Jaden Junkin will serve. Fennell, Bishop, Mosby. The 3 captains of the Bulldogs combined for that kill there. The bump, the set, and the spike makes it 8-7.
This is truly a chess match between these two. And, you know, you got the Bishop out there, of course, as well to even help out with the analogy.
Of course. And there's Zittle. Had a little bit of a misstep on the serve.
And I think she tweaked her ankle when she landed. Hopefully she's okay. But if she's hurt, she needs to take herself out. This is an 8-8 game. You don't want to stay injured and out on the court
Panhandle, they'll set it up. Skylar Bishop off the block. And it hit the antenna.
Did it hit the antenna? Okay, I thought she touched the net.
Point goes to Spring Mills. So here we go, Ariana Parsley. Serving for Spring Mills, back up by 1 again. Zittel, Mosby. Line drive for the kill.
Well, looks like Zittel's ankle isn't causing too much trouble as she was able to have the beautiful set for Mosby.
Ellie Mosby makes it a tie game once again, 9-9.
Which team's going to break first in this set? And who's going to capitalize and take over?
And we have not seen a lead bigger than 1 point in this set.
Right now, I don't think we're going to.
There's 1 point lead once again for Spring Mills.
I know eventually we have to, because once it gets to 24-24, it's a win by 2. But I think we're going to have to wait till it's 24-24 to see that, Dylan.
At this rate, this set will literally never end. Here we go. Zittel sets it up for Bishop. Dug out by Connor. Gracie Kane will send across the free ball. Mosby will try to send it. Oh, and they can't get it. We're tied up again, 10-10. No one can get the advantage.
You think to speed it up, we can just tell them to put it to 24-24 because that's what it's going to become anyway?
You might as well call it a win by 2 now, you know? And you play to 11 on the pickup basketball court, let's just run it like that. Win by 2 after that.
It's so fun to watch, though.
It really is. Stevens, big left-handed kill once again off the block.
The emotion, the focus. You have not seen a single person inside this Cardinal Coliseum take their eyes off this third set.
11-10. Back and forth we've gone. 1 point leads and ties. Fennell. Kane. This is a free ball over by Stevens. Zittel sets up Amani Fennell. Big kill. Amani Fennell makes it tied up again. 11-11.
And to add on to how great this set has been, we've barely seen any errors, Dylan. I think there's only been 1 on each side.
Right. Parsley, Bolyard. Again, Spring Mills. It's been 1 point apiece, back and forth, for nearly the entire set. I think Martinsburg got up there to a 1 point lead at a 1 point to get 2 in a row to get there.
Ah, there's an error. I think that was going out. I mean, it's hard to tell from this angle, but we finally have a 2 point lead.
There is our first 2 point lead of the set, 13-11. Halfway through the set is when we finally get it. Fennell will dig out the serve from Bolyard. Send it to the net by Strobel.
And we'll get a timeout. Good
And
call.
there we go. That was 3 points in a row for Spring Mills. We take a timeout. 14-11. Spring Mills over Martinsburg in this third set, tied 1 apiece.
Could this be the difference maker? It's been back and forth all set long. Spring Mills now has the 3 point lead in a set that gives you the advantage to only need 1 more set to win. I mean, what a match it's been. And it's a best of 5, you got to remember, for varsity.
That's right.
Not a best of 3 like we saw for JV, so we still got a ways to go. But did we just see the momentum get into the hands of Spring Mills, and will they let it slip, or will they continue to extend the lead?
I like the quick trigger there from Coach Nelson. As soon as they get down by 3 after such a back and forth set, and they come out, Spring Mills does, with a service error out of the timeout. So it ended up being a good call. And icing the server ends up working out, 14-12. So it's Amani Fennell,
who we saw last set get 6 straight points off her serves.
So we'll see if she can replicate that. You see the Spring Mills student section getting a little louder.
What do we have a delay for now?
That's what I'm wondering. Had some discussion between the officiating crew, but they've whistled for play to begin once again. Fennell. Junkin received the serve. Avery Bishop. It was Fischel. And there's 3 hits, and it's not a cross. So 2 in a row for the Bulldogs. Makes it 1-point game again. 14-13.
Now you wonder when we'll see a timeout called by Spring Mills, or if they're going to just let it play out.
Fennell goes at the freshman Connor. Oh, a nice tap over, but it was responded to, expected by the Bulldogs. Bulliard digs it out. Junkin from the back line.
Bishop sending a deep free ball.
They'll set it up for Stevens. She gets the kill. Huge game from Samantha Stevens.
And Bishop there decided, instead of setting the ball, to try to be sneaky and hit it over in 2, and Spring Mills made him pay.
15-13 Spring Mills. Stevens will go back to serve after the kill. Left hand, line drives into the net. So we're back to a 1-point game.
Mosby coming back in on the front line for Martinsburg.
Just like we've been for most of this set.
And Stevens coming out for Spring Mills.
Rotational plays here by both teams as it's just a soft hit by Bella Abshire. Doesn't go across.
And how long do you keep Stevens out when you're now tied back up at 15?
So the serve from Rhodes. Parsley will set up for Connor, and it stays in. What a kill.
Beautiful from the freshman.
Just right on the back line. 16-15 Spring Mills.
You usually see when you have to lean back that far, miss accuracy, but that one was placed perfectly, perfect power. She's going to be fun the next 3 years.
And Fennell can't handle that serve. Jaden Junkin puts the Cardinals back up by 2. The student section coming alive here at Spring Mills. Fennell, the overpass. Martinsburg trying to recover, and they do somehow, some way. Gracie Kane met at the net, off the block. They thought they had a roof for Mosby, but she'll get a kill instead.
Yep, was able to get a deflection off the net to make it nearly impossible to figure out where that ball was going.
Back to a 1-point game. It'll be Katie Zittel to serve for Martinsburg. Thought about sending it, letting it go. Gracie Kane, tough play there. Skylar Bishop, good job getting it across. Connor sends this one too far. Same spot she got the kill from, and just about a foot farther than before.
And we're tied back up.
17-17. And there's another timeout, this time by Spring Mills. Tied back up now. We finally get a timeout from Coach Wolf.
Smart timeout. You put Samantha Stevens back in, though. She was just out from the previous timeout during that entire time in between. I think you have to. I mean, she's the tallest player out there, one of the best athletes out there. If you want to get this crucial third set, I think she needs to be on the floor.
I think you're right, Colin. I assume Coach Wolf wants to get her a break, make sure she has the stamina to get through this game that looks like it's on its way to 5 sets. But you got to have your best player out on the court.
Stevens still on the bench.
We'll see when she comes back in and what the difference is when she does.
I mean, it has to be that they're waiting for a certain rotation.
Oh, and they call it in just barely. It was in, but it was just a tough play there. Spring Mills letting it go. That makes it 18-17 Bulldogs. Their first lead in a while in this set. It's been back and forth, but it's been a lot of one-point leads for Spring Mills and ties. And now we'll see.
Ooh, Spring Mills got it. They called it a deflection.
Wow.
I think they said it went off the fingers of Mosby.
Couldn't see the deflection from my angle. But the referees do obviously have a better one. Ariana Parsley serves, tied at 18. The overpass, Gracie Kane with the roof. 19-18.
Going back and forth. Are we back to the scenario of a never-ending set 3, Dylan?
We're getting a lot closer to that win by 2 scenario. A lot closer to 24-24. Parsley will serve again. Sifford handles that one. Fennell, Bishop. Tipped. And they'll say
Bishop touched the net. And she came down with her follow-through.
20-18. Spring Mills opening up another 2-point lead. One of the few we've seen in the set. They'll try for their second straight, and it's a tough first contact receiving the serve for Sifford.
And again, the serves are going right to Sifford. They are really challenging her tonight, and Martinsburg calling a timeout.
There it is.
Final one, down 3. Spring Mills 4 points away from leading 2 sets to 1. What a match that we've had that I think we're seeing 5 tonight. That's just the way I'm feeling. Yep. It's going to be a long night, and it's well-deserved. Everybody in here has gotten their money's worth for this matchup so far, Dylan.
Absolutely. For this third set alone, which it took until, 13-11, I believe, for the first 2-point lead of this set. Spring Mills is able to open it up to a 3 or 4 point lead once or twice now. Obviously, that second one being currently where we stand, 21-18. And they'll try to settle things and finish it out to win their second straight set. Sifford again receiving these serves.
Free ball.
Mosby got it across.
Ooh.
Bullyard. Oh,
that was almost costly. Some miscommunication.
Ball almost going up into the ceiling. Official. Bullyard. Oh, a tough hit by Zittel. She couldn't get the right touch on it.
Zittel's momentum was going inside, and the ball wound up going outside.
22-18, Spring Mills. Serve was received by Fennell. Junkin for Bullyard. She gets the kill. 5-point lead for Spring Mills, their biggest of the set. 23-18.
What a comeback it's been so far for Spring Mills.
And they'll set the scoreboard. Well, I was going to say they set it to 24. But we're back down to 23 as this serve goes into the net. 23-19. So we're at this situation again. We stood at this score earlier in the second set. Bulldogs almost made a miraculous comeback. But Spring Mills was able to finish it off. And they do it again. And not on this point.
Ariana Parsley was on the far side of the court and had to try to sprint all the way to the near side to help Isabel Bullyard out, who was unable to get there, and both were unable to.
So that's Avery Sifford serving, and it's another missed serve receive. 23-21. Martinsburg looking to make a similar run they did.
Timeout, Spring Mills.
Yep, there's that second timeout. And so we saw a very similar run in the second set there, Colin, that Spring Mills was able to cut off at the very last possible moment to win the set 25-23. And now we set at 23-21. Spring Mills trying to do the exact same thing.
I said earlier in this set, I feel like we're getting a 24-24 win by 2 scenario. And I still have that feeling even though we're at 23-21 currently, Dylan. This set deserves, I feel like, to get into that win by 2 spot where every single person is locked in and ready to go, all eyes and dead silence on this.
This entire set has felt like it was going to keep on going and going. Gracie Kane.
Oh, I thought that was a lift.
It wasn't called. If it was,
it almost looked like a carry there.
24-21.
That is a big no call.
24-21. Set point. Sasha Connor serves. It tips off the net. Martinsburg rallies to recover. Parsley for a Bolliard. Sends it too far.
But here you go. Martinsburg needs 3 straight points coming from the server in the libero, Addison Sifford.
2 in a row, and we'll get...
Oh, 2, not 3. My apologies.
We'll get to a best win by 2 scenario. Kane sent it over for Spring Mills. Fennell with the free ball. Junkin sets for Samantha Stevens. Oh, tough recovery for Martinsburg, but they get it done. Parsley, Stevens again. Met, and it's
never
4.
got blocked, yep.
Never got over. It's 4 hits, and it's a 1-point game again, just like last set, 24-23. Sifford. Parsley sets for Kane. Big hit. Too much for Sifford to handle. 25-23 once again.
Spring Mills wins back-to-back sets now and has the 2-1 advantage. What a set.
Incredible. 25-23 for the second set in a row. Just like the last one. Martinsburg tried to make a comeback, but the Cardinals cut it off right when they needed to. So we'll keep it here with you between sets as Spring Mills now leads 2-1 after taking 2 sets in a row. Colin, what the last 2 sets have been just incredible.
This has been absolutely crazy, and this is what we all wanted this match to be like. At first, in that first set, when Martinsburg came out as the aggressors, had that 12-3 lead, it seemed like it was going to be the Bulldogs that rolled Spring Mills. Even though they lost that first set, you could see signs of life and determination back in the Cardinals' side. That carried over into set 2. They got the win, and then here in a very crucial set 3 that went back and forth, Spring Mills was able to get the 25-23 win, and now they're 1 set away at home with the crowd in the student section behind them to get to 2-2.
This would be
I really think they can.
This would be a huge win for the Cardinals. A team in Martinsburg that has looked very impressive early on in the season, gotten some good wins against teams out of the conference in Maryland. They've gotten wins against Washington and Jefferson. 3 straight sets, sweeps in both of those games to start out 2-0 in the region. The Cardinals came into this game 1-2 in the region because their first 2 games were against the 2 teams that played in the state championship, Musselman and Hedgesville. But of course, they were able to get that first victory on Thursday against the Washington Patriots, and now they're a set away from getting back to 500 in EPAC play.
I told you we could not judge this Spring Mills team off the Musselman match that we saw, nor that Hedgesville one, because those are the best 2 teams in the state. And now with a 2-1 set lead, we are finally seeing the change that we've been talking about at the start of each set, unless Coach Wolf decides to pull back and go back to the start. But right now, Samantha Stevens is on the court to start things off for the Cardinals of Spring Mills.
Finally going to death lineup, perhaps, as you might call it, like the Warriors when they decide to go small. Let's put Draymond Green at center.
Well, they're doing the opposite. They're not deciding to go small, as
they're going big.
They're going big with Samantha Stevens, who is a head taller than all of her teammates, and I think might be taller than Mosby. We'd have to line them up back-to-back to truly tell who has the height advantage.
It's Bolyard, Connor, Junkin, Parsley, Stevens, and Kane for Spring Mills. It's Sifford, Fennell, Zittle, Mosby, and Bishop for Martinsburg, and we open it up with an ace for the Bulldogs.
Beautiful hit by Zittle. Absolute line drive, kept it low and away from the libero.
Katie Zittle once again sends this one into the net.
Seemed like they changed spots on the attack. This time it was coming to the near side of the net instead of the far side.
So the highs and the lows of serving. You get an ace, and you send a serving error in and make it 1-1. Parsley serving first for Spring Mills. Mosby sends it too far. 2-1.
But they changed the setter there. That set was different from the typical setter and Bishop. A little bit lower because of the height difference between Bishop and Avery Sifford as well.
Parsley with the receive for Spring Mills, and eventually this one falls to the floor. It's a point for Martinsburg.
Bishop and Mosby getting the roof. And got a pause in the action for a quick tie of the shoe by Addison Sifford.
It'll be Avery Sifford serving. And this one, the receive of the serve by Stevens.
You can tell she's frustrated with herself in that one. Very unlike Stevens.
Sifford once again. This one's an overpass. Oh, a nice recovery after the attempted roof. Zittle and Bishop are able to get it over. And the first touch by Junkin hits the floor. 4-2 Martinsburg.
A 3-ball point. Never thought we'd have that in the way this match has been going.
Been a while since we've had something like that. Connor, first touch for the Cardinals. Bolyard. Oh, it was met by the Bulldogs, but it falls.
Zittle went for the pancake and probably slid 3 feet on the court to try and reach it, and just went off her wrist and fortunately not into the air.
Samantha Stevens serves once again. Overpass. Bolyard. There's another overpass by Sifford. They roofed there by Gracie Kane.
That's twice. Twice in a row, Sifford overpasses the ball.
And twice in just the last few possessions here. A roof at the net for Spring Mills. It's 4-4. A free ball. Junkin, Parsley, Kane, light touch, hits the floor where no one is. She's putting the ball where no one was for Martinsburg, out of position. 5-4. The Cardinals lead, trying to put the game away in this fourth set. Stevens, tough line drive serve. Skylar Bishop, put it over. Oh, Bolyard just had to adjust there. Wasn't quite where she expected it to be on the serve, on the set. 5-5. So it's Addison Sifford, the libero, serving. And the other libero, Junkin, will put it over. Tap by Rhodes. Sasha Connor, off block. The point goes to Spring Mills on the violation.
I couldn't tell if it was under the net or if somebody touched the net because I couldn't see the signal from the near side official as her back's turned to us. Junkin now on the bench for Spring Mills.
6-5. Spring Mills and a kill for Amani Fennell. We saw a lot of that in the first 2 sets, not a whole lot in the third.
They need to get her going.
That first set especially, she was on fire.
You're down 2-1. You need Fennell. Start eating.
Avery Bishop now at 6-6. A tap over quickly by Parsley. And she'll set it again for Sasha Connor, the freshman.
Get it back to
Off
Fennell.
the block.
What a job by Jones.
Fennell, double contact by Martinsburg.
Great job by Jones to get the first pass, diving for it, able to get back up on her feet to send it back over to get the point.
7-6. Isabel Bolliard serving for Spring Mills. Addison Strovel goes into the net. 8-6 Spring Mills. And they've been over just like that third set. Been a while since we've had a 2-point lead. But here we are, 8-6. Fennell receives the serve. They'll go to Strovel again off the block. Bolliard with a free ball. Fennell, a light touch.
Smart move by Fennell.
They were in position. And Fennell hit another free ball.
2 bad passes to her.
Tap. Martinsburg in position. They'll go to Fennell again. Oh, good recovery. That one's going to go too far, but Sifford doesn't let it go.
You got to know where you are on the court. Her feet were at the line. She did that right, but she wasn't looking down. That was out by 5 feet.
It was. 9-6 Spring Mills. Big, huge swing there. Fennell tapped over. Bolliard. It stays in. 4-point lead for the Cardinals. And they're trying to win this set and win the game with 3 sets in a row after dropping set number 1. 10-6, and it's an ace for Bolliard, opening the lead up to 5. Timeout, Martinsburg. What a run by the Cardinals. 11-6.
The momentum's on the side of the home team. They have looked like the better team after set number 1, Dylan. And with the student section still here, making the noise, putting pressure on Martinsburg. And after they let set number 2 slip, it seems like the pressure's been too much for them.
We saw that it was 12-3 in set number 1 at one point in favor of Martinsburg. Ever since then, the Cardinals in that first set were able to get things under control. Now, eventually Martinsburg ended up winning that set. But ever since then, second, third, and fourth sets, Spring Mills has looked like a different team. Isabel Bolliard. It's 11-6. Fennell. It's an overpass by Abshire. What a dig by Grove, the freshman.
2 freshmen stepping up there. You mentioned Grove. Sasha Connor with the roof for the point. This young team making a difference.
12-6. Spring Mills. Trying to put this game away, and it's an ace off the hands of Avery Sifford. 13-6.
The wheels are falling off of Martinsburg.
7 points in a row for Spring Mills. Isabel Bolliard with the ace, going for another. Fennell corrals the first touch. Strovel off the deflection.
I don't know if Grove realized it got deflected or not.
I don't think she did, and that finally ends the 7-0 run. Martinsburg finally able to serve again.
Still up by 6. Is it too much?
It could be. We've seen Martinsburg mount some comebacks that eventually came up short in the last 2 sets. As Fennell serves, and it goes to Grove. And Connor will put it across. Overpass. Sasha Connor. Fennell diving on the floor for the dig. Kiera Rhodes with the kill. It's 13-8. So 2 in a row for Martinsburg. As they have, again, Amani Fennell. Like you said, Colin, she was a serve specialist.
Now we got to delay it, so we have to get a new ball. Will that break any concentration or rhythm?
Steve Fennell get things going for the Bulldogs as the server. Free ball over the head of Abshire, doesn't go high enough.
You can see a little frustration setting in right now for Spring Mills. They got to refocus.
That's 3 in a row for Martinsburg. First touch by Grove. Connor,
beautiful
sends it too far.
Too much.
And that's 4 points in a row for the Bulldogs, Colin. I wonder how far we are from a timeout.
Fennell's serve has been deadly today.
Wonder how close we are to the next timeout from Spring Mills.
I think the next point. Martinsburg gets one here. I think you call a timeout.
Bulliard stays in.
Wow. Nobody was there. No man's land.
They weren't. They thought, I think it was over the head of Sifford, who figured it was too far over her head for it to stay in, and there was no one else close enough. And we're finally seeing Honey Carter check in for the first time for Martinsburg. We'll see if they attack her on the serve. Sasha Connor, the freshman. They'll go to Addison Sifford instead, but it's an ace nonetheless.
Yeah, that's who they've been targeting all night long, is Addison Sifford, and I think they're going to have to continue to do so. It's worked.
15-10 Spring Mills. Oh, and that one goes in the net. Again, the inexperience on the Spring Mills side can come back to haunt you sometimes. 2 freshmen on the court right now for Spring Mills.
They've been playing great.
They have. We'll see if they continue. It's 15-11. Kiera Rhodes.
And there you go.
Service error right back. Keeps the lead at 5.
That kills you.
16-11.
Any chance you have of coming back, you cannot slip away with errors.
So Grove will come off and Abshire will come back in.
But now, Spring Mill just doesn't know who's supposed to be serving. And they're also just going to resub him back in. They just switched.
It's like a missed rotation there. And there's
what is
more
going
confusion.
On? She was out.
I think both of the players that are trying to go in for each other were in, but then, we get the libero in.
The libero saves the day.
Yes.
You can question all the substitutions, but you can never question the libero substitution. That's something that I think I've learned.
Yep. So Jaden Junkin, and her serve goes in the net.
Took too long.
So I don't think that was the planned server for that point. So the confusion on the substitutions leads to Jaden Junkin having to serve and coming into the game cold. 16-12 now after the service error. It'll be Katie Zittle on the other side. That's an ace. Dropped it right at her feet.
Yep, Connor's not happy with herself.
16-13.
She dropped instead of just taking a step forward.
Katie Zittle. Once again, Connor.
That time she took the step forward.
It. Tap by Kane, almost got it. Good recovery. And the roof from Kane.
Send it back.
Back up to a 4-point lead for Spring Mills.
And that's where the height comes into play. Stevens and Kane on that front line.
There's Ariana Parsley. The line drive. Ellie Mosby. They tried to get the roof, but it lands on the other side, the Spring Mills side. So it's a Martinsburg point.
That's what you like. You lost the first one, you win the second one.
So we see Amani
You
Fennell.
got to come back.
Amani Fennell's back in for Martinsburg. Avery Sifford serving. 17-14. Ariana Parsley. Isabel Bolliard, the kill off the block.
I don't think Sifford was getting there anyway, even if it wasn't blocked, because of how much speed that had from Bolliard. Now, Spring Mills 7 points away from a big win against Martinsburg.
Samantha Stevens been the star for Spring Mills so far. Here comes the recovery. Bolliard will send it over. Zittel for Bishop, and the hit backwards by Stevens.
So that time that worked, but it's been something that I've really been keeping an eye on this set, is Martinsburg changing the setter to Zittel instead of Bishop, and now having Bishop as an outside hitter like she was previously for the Bulldogs.
Addison Sifford serving now. Backline hit from Junkin. Doesn't go far enough. 18-16 now, and on that last point, Samantha Stevens checked back out. Emma Jones came in for the Cardinals. Sifford sends that one. Emma Jones, late decision to hit it. Might have been the right one. Free ball over by Junkin. Zittel for Rhodes, and it stays in. No deflections. 1 point game.
And a timeout, Spring Mills.
18-17 as we get the Spring Mills timeout.
And each time, you just mentioned it, each time Martinsburg comes back in these, it's when Samantha Stevens takes a seat on the bench.
And it was 18-15 when she checked out. And it's been 2 straight from the Bulldogs. So we'll see when Coach Wolf decides to put her back in the game.
She's the difference maker.
I think you're right there, Colin. Obviously, there's some rotational stuff. I think you have to get some players out here and there. But this is an important part of the game. You're getting late into things. 18 points. It's a tough time to take out your number one frontline hitter. We'll see how long that rest on the bench lasts. Come out of the timeout, Addison Sifford. Serving for the Bulldogs, down by 1. 18-17. Martinsburg trying to force a 5th set. Connor will set this up to the back. Oh, Parsley, some miscommunication. They're lucky they got it over. Fennell, it's a kill. Tied up. 18-18.
That one went right at Blanchard, and Blanchard only trying to use one arm. Just almost hit it like a baseball bat instead of going with the bump with 2 hands.
We just saw an attempted substitution there. They ran on the court, and they made the substitution and tried to undo it, but since they ran on the court, Junkin is off, Abshire's on. Parsley, tap over. Gracie Kane tries to send it right back. And Abshire can't save that one, can't get the pancake. And there's the lead for Martinsburg. So now we'll see Abshire check out, and we'll see Riley Ratchford, who was very impressive in the JV game, check in to the varsity action for first time.
Stevens still on the bench.
Sasha Connor, send it over. Kiara Rhodes with the kill. It's a 2-point lead for Martinsburg. A huge run.
Spring Mills has let them right back in. You had it.
5 in a row for the Bulldogs. 20-18. Addison Sifford. Batchford. Parsley.
Overpass.
Over. It didn't quite go over, but it was so close. Bolliard hard to judge there.
I think I saw Fennell kind of get a little tap of that to put it behind Bolliard.
21-18. Parsley will set it up for Bolliard. Oh, a miss hit by Zittel. That's huge.
The point now allows Spring Mills to rotate as well as get some substitutions in.
So Rashford will come out, Avshire in. 21-19. Gracie Kane. Skylar Bishop up to Fennell. Sent over, but out.
Yeah, even though it was out, Connor also was clearly over the line underneath the net.
So we'll see Gracie Kane come out, Addison Grove come in. It's a senior for freshman substitution.
Overpass,
and there's no one home. As Kiera Rhodes sends down the roof, it's 23-19 Martinsburg. 2 points away from a fifth set. Grove receives the set. Connor gets a kill. Huge point. And there comes Samantha Stevens. She gets up off the bench for a second, but
right
it
back
looks
down.
like it's not her time to come back in yet.
Martinsburg's 2 points away. When do you?
Isabel Bolyard. It's a miss. Serve, receive. 23-21.
Again, it was Sifford.
Once again, we see Stevens on the bench. Bolyard. Tips barely a pancake from Fennell.
Oh, no.
They blow the whistle dead.
No.
That sure looked like a pancake to me. It looked like she had her hand under the ball.
No.
Wow.
Oh, my good. Why is he calling that from over there?
23-22. Martinsburg lead down to 1. Oh, the ball rises the net. And it goes over to where there's no Cardinals to be found. 24-22. That may have been the cosmic justice they needed after that call.
I'm still flabbergasted by the call, but we got a set point right now. They haven't added it. There we go.
24-22. Fennell to serve, looking to set this up.
And that's who you want the ball in the hands of for a
fifth set.
She
sends the ball into the net.
And that's who you want, though. I mean, she has been deadly with the serve tonight.
And here you go, Colin, 24-23. Here comes Samantha Stevens.
Wow.
And it'll be the freshman Sasha Connor as the server for Spring Mills. It falls to the floor, 24-24. A miss from Addison Sifford.
Sifford and Fischel just didn't communicate.
They each thought the other was going to have it. We're at a win by 2 situation, 24-24. Sasha Connor again. Sifford just barely gets to that one. Got to get it over on this one. Oh, overpassed. Connor, Parsley, Samantha Stevens. Set back up. Sifford will set it up for Fischel. Oh, a tough angle to get that one at. Bolyard couldn't quite send it up in the air. 25-24, Martinsburg.
Mosby coming back in on the front line, trying to keep Martinsburg alive.
Kiera Rhodes serving. It's an ace.
Beautiful spot.
We're going to 5. A fifth and deciding set coming up in just a few minutes after they have their in-between set break. 2-2, 26-24 in the fourth. Colin, what a match we have here.
Spring Mills let it slip.
They did.
They were up 18-15. They had the momentum at home. And Stevens gets put on the bench until you're down to the set point. I don't want to be too crucial against coaches, but I don't get it. I know I'm putting opinion in, and I probably shouldn't in that situation, but this is a crucial game. You were up 2-1, and now you're in sudden death, play to 15. I mean, I said at the beginning that I think we're going 5, But when you had the chance to put it away and you couldn't against Martinsburg, that's a big missed opportunity that might come back to bite Spring Mills in the butt.
The Cardinals were on a roll. They had gotten their lead up to 5 points at one point during that fourth set. It was 18-15 when Samantha Stevens checked out. She came back in at 24-23. They were able to get the ace to send it to a win by 2 scenario, but then Martinsburg answers with 2 in a row, 26-24.
I mean, what a night it's been to have the JV match go to the final winner-take-all set, and now Varsity going to the same type scenario. These teams absolutely exhausted, but the difference now, if you look over on the court for Martinsburg, their huddle's been typically closer to the bench. They're in the middle of the court, and
it looks like
Coach Nelson wasn't in that huddle.
It looks like it's Ellie Mosby that was giving the motivational speech to the team there. She was fired up. So again, we head to the 5th and final set. This set
only goes to 15.
Only to 15 points. Unlike the 25 points that the other sets go to, it is win by 2, just like the other sets. Unlike we saw in JV action, when they go to the 3rd and final set, they go to 25. But when we get to the varsity action, if we have to go to a 5th set, we only go to 15. Makes every point matter that much more. Let's see, the teams open back up. Sifford, Zittel, Fennell, Bishop, and Mosby for Martinsburg. Kane, Parsley, Stevens, Junkin, Connor, and Bolliard for Spring Mills. Zittel serves. Oh, it's a missed hit there for Junkin, and it's an ace to open things up for Martinsburg.
And that's a tough decision to make for Junkin, and that's exactly how the last set started as well, Dylan.
Absolutely is. Zittel going for another one. Connor, Parsley, Kane. Martinsburg settles in. Sifford coming up to the front,
and it was
but
out.
That block goes out. They tried to get the roof, but it just goes outside the line. 2 in a row to start the 5th set for Martinsburg. Zittel. Get a hit kind of from the back line there by Connor, and it goes out just barely. That was a close one. Connor's gotten a couple of those in that area from that back line. 3-0. So Stevens will have to put this one across. Mosby off the hands of Junkins. It's 4-0.
And this looking a lot like the final meeting between these two last year that went to the 5th set, and in that 5th set, Martinsburg dominated as well. I believe it was 15-3.
Bit more experience on the side of Martinsburg may be coming into play when we get into crunch time. Katie Zittel with the serve, received by Sasha Connor. Bolliard, nice hit, but it's dug out by Fennell. Parsley will set it up for Stevens, and that's a kill. Fennell was letting Sifford have that one. They both parted the sea, thinking the other would get it. Ariana Parsley serving now for the Cardinals for the first time. Skylar Bishop. Big pass there. Oh, a pancake, but it still hits the floor afterwards. 2 in a row for Spring Mills. They attempt to try to get back in this. 4-2. Parsley, gets a tip off the net. Sets up for Bishop. Nice dig by Sasha Connor. Stevens. Over and 2. Can they get back in position? Stevens.
You could see that coming from a mile away, and it still couldn't be stopped.
Nope. It's a laser beam from Samantha Stevens.
PA announcer trying to get Cardinal Coliseum back into it.
Parsley. It's been 3 in a row for Spring Mills. Mosby. A big overpass, but then it gets it right back. But it went.
Which did they call? I thought I saw Mo pointing the way towards Spring Mills, but I guess I was wrong.
I guess they pointed just to the floor to call it in.
Okay.
5-3. Sifford sends it too far. Back to a 1-point game, 5-4.
Stevens serves.
So 5-4 in favor of Martinsburg. Zittle for Fennell. Blocked there. Point. They'll say it didn't get touched. It just went into the net. It's 4 touches for Martinsburg, and that'll tie it back up at 5.
Both teams 10 points away.
Samantha Stevens. Got a bit of a curveball there. It's a late whistle. I saw some pointing from the bench of Martinsburg, their assistant coaches and trainers.
They were saying that I think it was Kane that went under the net.
And it looks like they agreed after they thought about it for a second. 6-5 Martinsburg.
Don't like that it's a late call.
Addison Sifford serving. Gracie Kane. Can they save it? No.
Tied back up.
Too powerful. Ties it up at 6. And figures we get more back and forth action in this 5th set. After the way these last 3 have gone. That's a tough one. Just barely able to get there with Sifford. Parsley, Bolliard. Net there. Goes on the side of Martinsburg. Falling to the ground. Spring Mills back up by 1.
Sometimes you do that intentionally, try to get the ricochet off the block to make them hit it out of bounds. Seemed like that's exactly what happened that time.
Fennell will try to get this one. Received by Emma Jones. Bolliard, nice tap. Sifford's there. Fennell. To the floor is Connor. Sifford. Fennell. Gracie Kane kept it alive. Back over to Fennell. They're going to her a lot. And this time she gets
4 times going. 4 times they went to Fennell there, and that's what we've been saying they needed to do. And it finally worked out.
Eventually, you just keep on trying, and she'll get one for you eventually. Addison Strovel checks back in. Katie Zittle to the bench. Skylar Bishop with the serve. Set up for Sasha Connor. Off the block. They'll say they were in the net. Point to Spring Mills, 8-7.
I didn't see what the call was.
8-7. Spring Mills. Isabel Bolliard. And she'll get that first contact. Parsley Connor sends it too far, 8-8.
Fennell back to serve.
Here we go. Amani Fennell. She's had a lot of good serves in this game.
I thought that was in.
I thought it was
Did
too.
it hit on this side of the antenna, maybe? That could be my
looked
only
like
thought, because I think it was in.
The
Had
point
to have
goes,
been on
the
this
point
side
goes
of the
to Spring
antenna.
Mills in the end. It's 9-8 Cardinals. Sasha Connor serving. Official. Oh, Parsley with the dump across, and they didn't see it coming. Ariana Parsley with a heads-up play. 10-8 Spring Mills, and it's a timeout for Martinsburg.
What a match that we've had. Spring Mills now 5 points away from victory. Martinsburg trying to hold on. This has been a fun one, Dylan. I'm glad to finally be back on a headset for a volleyball match, and out of all the ones, it's this one.
Out of all the ones,
I know. Out of all the ones for Jim to miss, he's missed the best one that we've had so far by far, and I'm going to put it as within the 3 years we've been doing high school volleyball as well, that this is the best one that we've had.
It's hard for volleyball to get more exciting than this. I mean, those third and fourth sets, the way they went back and forth. I mean, the second set as well. Those second and third sets barely got cut off before we went to a win by 2, and then the fourth set did go to win by 2. And here we are with the fifth and final set, 10-8. First to 15 wins. And there's an ace for the freshman, Sasha Connor. 3-point lead for Spring Mills.
Spring Mills targets Honey Carter, somebody that we didn't see at all until I think it was the third set. Or was it the fourth?
It might have been the fourth. Oh, and that one goes into the net. Again, a highs and lows situation for Spring Mills. An ace and a service error. 11-9. See if Martinsburg can recover. Kiera Rhodes.
Bad first hit by the freshman Connor.
11 to
immediately
10.
though, her teammates help her up.
Yep.
Calm her down.
11-10 Cardinals.
You know the ball's going right back to her.
Kiera Rhodes. And they'll say it's a violation on Spring Mills before or during the serve. Just out of position, moving the way they shouldn't be before.
Haven't
11-11.
seen that called the entire match.
Right. 11-11. Connor overpass. But Martinsburg didn't know who was going to take it, and it ends up in the net. Spring Mills dodges a bullet after that overpass. 12-11 Spring Mills.
We get some substitutions in. You got the height back on the front line, and Kanan Stevens waiting to see if Addison Grove's going to be allowed to come in. And they're saying that she can't. I don't know why. I couldn't hear.
Again, here we are in the fifth and final set. 2-2. It's 12-11 Cardinals. First to 15, a win by 2. Tapped up by Fischel. Samantha Stevens going for another big kill. Dug out by Honey Carter. Parsley sets up for Bolyard. Tapped at the net. That's a double hit. 13-11.
You got to concentrate and realize you just hit it and try to hope that somebody comes in and rescues you.
Spring Mills 2 points away from the match. Let's get a little bit of discussion here between Coach Haley Wolf and our down judge. Now Addison Grove will check in.
Interesting.
For Bella Abshire.
She's going to go in and serve. But a timeout's going to be called. A very smart move by Martinsburg.
Timeout, and we'll keep it here. It's 13-11 in the fifth and final set. Spring Mills is 2 points away from the victory.
And it's been freshmen. We're about to see a freshman serve, and Addison Grove, who just checked in, We've seen a huge match so far from Sasha Connor, another freshman that's been getting a lot of time as well. Really helping out this team to this point, Dylan.
They're a young team, and Haley Wolf, coach of Spring Mills, commits to it. She leaves those young players out there to get their time on the court. And this is a big time to have a freshman serving. Addison Grove. It goes out. She can't keep it in. It goes wide left. 13-12. Martinsburg trying to get this point to tie it back up. Zittel sends it too far. Ooh. And it's match point for the Cardinals.
Bolliard, like the Matrix, having to get out of the way of that one. I thought it was about to hit her.
I thought it was too. 14-12. Ariana Parsley serving for Spring Mills. She'll sit it. Honey Carter. Zittel sets for Mosby. Puts it in the net. And that's the game for Spring Mills. They lose the first set. They come back with 2 in a row. Martinsburg sends us to a 5th and final. And the Cardinals come out on top, 15-12 in the 3rd and final set. What a huge win for Spring Mills. Their 2nd EPAC win of the season, going to 2-2 after starting 0-2 and handing Martinsburg their first in-region loss of the year.
Not only first in region, first to an in-state team, Dylan.
You're
only
right.
The 2nd loss of the year for the Bulldogs, and what a win at home. Great crowd for Spring Mills, getting a win for the first time over Martinsburg since 2020. Well-deserved. Great job by the freshmen. Great job by Stevens and the entire team, coached by Haley Wolf. A big win that they will get to celebrate. And I hope we have this matchup again when it's at Martinsburg. If not, we might have to make some changes because it was a fun one.
Absolutely. It doesn't get much better than that. Going to 5. The 5th set almost needing to go to a win-by-2 tiebreaker scenario. And we'll keep it here with you for our post-game show. Real quick, we'll keep it here. No breaks. This game was so long, we took all the breaks we needed to take. So we'll just keep it right here. Colin, again, on the let's start on the Martinsburg side here. That's such a tough game there to not come out with the win on. But you gotta have a lot of confidence and a lot of happiness in how your team played, because they went hard until the end.
Yeah, they definitely did. Neither team ever gave up, and it's definitely frustrating, but a happy night for Spring Mills, as it looks like we're getting a homecoming proposal to make it an even happier night, as a sophomore quarterback in Max Anderson coming out to ask our player of the game in Samantha Stevens out to homecoming, and I think she said yes, Dylan.
It sure looks like it.
And
It'd be a pretty different
we
reaction
were
if you
told
didn't.
that homecoming will involve these two schools again, and it looks like we had a second one now too. I didn't see who this one was, but that's a homecoming game for Spring Mills against Martinsburg. So we'll have that homecoming game on TV10 and WRNR.
How about that? And we'll see Max Anderson in his homecoming game after this. So, man, this Spring Mills team, this is a huge win for them. This is a team that has had a lot of struggles over these past years. They've been switching in and out coaches, and this Martinsburg team was one that we came in feeling like they were going to be really good. They've had a great record so far, and they come out and they get the job done.
Yep, it's Coach Wolf's first win against Martinsburg, a team that has been a pretty good program when it comes to volleyball in recent memory. Last year they got a 3-0 win in the first time for Martinsburg. The second one was 3-2. It was a 15-5 set 5, not a 15-3 like I originally said from last year, but this time Spring Mills able to get the win at home, and you can see the change in this program with Coach Wolf.
It's been very fun to watch this team in these 2 games we've gotten to see. Their JV team as well has seen a lot of potential there, and we see some of those JV players move up to varsity, and some of those young freshmen getting the time in the varsity game, playing well. So, what a matchup here. Again, Spring Mills takes down Martinsburg in 5 sets. A barn burner here. It's our next game on TV 10 will be next Tuesday. Martinsburg will host Musselman. So, for our cameramen, Donald Kinney, Braden Schaffner, Spencer Dupuis back in the studio, Nick Verzolini, our on-site producer, Colin McLaughlin, I'm Dylan Bishop. This has been EPAC Volleyball on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That concludes our coverage of West Virginia High School Volleyball featuring the Eastern Panhandle Athletic Conference. Tonight's coverage was brought to you by Dynamark Atlantic Security, Bechtel Jewelers, Brown's Funeral Home, CMA Honda, Kelly Allstate Insurance, L.A. Roberts Jewelers, Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, Milestone Realty, The Marius Group, Ameriprise Financial Advisors, Orsini's Home Store, Palace Lounge, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, Skinner Law Firm, Smallwood and Small Insurance, Sutton and Janelle Law Firm, W. Harley Miller Systems. Keep it tuned to TV 10 for all your local high school sports coverage from around the Eastern Panhandle. All rights reserved.